Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be truly alone? I mean, completely isolated, miles from the nearest road, with nothing but a radio connecting you to the outside world. For the handful of people who work as fire lookouts, that solitude is their reality. Perched high above the wilderness in a glass-walled room, their job is simple: watch for smoke. They spend weeks, sometimes months, with only the wind and the endless expanse of trees for company. It's a peaceful job, most of the time. But when the sun goes down and the shadows grow long, the forest can feel like a very different place. The wind whispers strange things, and your mind can start to play tricks on you. Or maybe it's not a trick. Tonight, we're delving into some of the most unsettling experiences reported by those who have watched over our wildest places. These are the stories you don't find in the official logbooks. So, stoke your campfire, get comfortable, and listen close. You're about to find out what it's like to be a fire lookout when something goes bump in the night. Our first story takes us deep into the mountains of Oregon. My name is Silas Thorne. It is a name I have always felt was better suited to a dusty history book than to a 21-year-old geology major, but it is mine nonetheless. I came to the Blackbutt Fire Lookout in the heart of Oregon's Deschutes National Forest for two reasons, one stated and one private. The stated reason, the one I put on my application and told my advising professor, was for the geology credits and the unparalleled opportunity to study the volcanic legacy of the Cascade Range from a truly unique vantage point. The butt itself is a magnificent specimen, a stratocone, a layered monument of andesite and basalt, a silent testament to the violent, fiery forces that shaped this land. For a student of the earth, it was a pilgrimage. The private reason was for the quiet. I am a man of science, a disciple of the tangible, the measurable, the provable. My world is one of rock formations, barometric pressure, erosion patterns, and the elegant, immutable laws of physics. I find comfort in data, in facts that can be cross-referenced and verified. People, with their unpredictable emotions and chaotic social structures, have always been a more difficult variable for me to compute. The promise of a summer spent in near total isolation, with only the wind and the ancient mountains for company, was a siren song I could not resist. Here I believed I could find a sense of order that the world below often lacked. My new home was a 14 by 14-foot room encased in glass, perched atop a 100-foot steel tower that creaked and groaned in the wind like a ship at sea. The view was breathtaking, a 360-degree panorama of emerald green forest that stretched to the horizon, punctuated by the snow-capped peaks of Mount Washington, Mount Jefferson, and the Three Sisters. The air was thin and clean, smelling of pine and distant rain. My days fell into a comfortable, methodical rhythm. I would wake with the sun, record the temperature, humidity, and wind speed, and then perform my first sweep of the day. The most important tool in my square glass box, besides the crackling radio that was my only link to civilization, was the Osborne Fire Finder. It is a deceptively simple device, an elegant piece of early 20th century engineering. It consists of a detailed topographic map of the region, oriented perfectly to the compass points, and sealed under a circular pane of glass. Mounted above this map is a brass sighting apparatus, a rear sight, and a forward crosshair that rotates around the center point, which marks my own location on the map. The principle is simple: see smoke, Align the sights with the base of the smoke column, and read the precise azimuth bearing from a brass ring at the base. A second lookout, performing the same action, provides a second bearing. Where the two lines intersect on the map, that's your fire. It is a system of beautiful, logical simplicity. And for the first month, it worked perfectly. I became proficient with it, my movements economical and sure. I'd spot a faint, hazy plume rising from the sea of green, my heart giving a little flutter of professional excitement. I'd swing the heavy brass arm of the finder, squinting through the peephole of the rear sight, aligning the vertical crosshair with the source of the smoke. I'd radio in the coordinates with a calm, steady voice, feeling a sense of satisfaction in a job well done. I reported 3 fires in my first 4 weeks, all of them minor. All of them contained quickly thanks to my vigilance. I was good at this. The world, from my perch a mile above the forest floor, made sense. The change began 2 weeks ago. It was a Tuesday. The sky was a flawless, crystalline blue, the visibility so perfect, I could make out the individual striations on the distant glaciers of the Three Sisters. I was doing my 10 a.m. sweep, a routine I'd have performed in my sleep. I moved the finder in a slow, clockwise arc, my eye scanning the landscape. As the sights passed over a section of dense, old-growth forest to the northeast, the arm of the finder seemed to grow heavy, to resist my gentle pressure. It was a subtle thing, almost imperceptible, like a magnetic pull. It settled, the crosshairs aligning on a point with a strange, definitive certainty. I frowned, leaning closer. There was nothing there. No smoke, no haze, not even the shimmer of a heat signature. Just clear, sun-drenched forest. I tapped the brass arm, thinking perhaps it had snagged on something. It didn't move. The crosshairs remained fixed on that empty patch of wilderness. A chill, sudden and unwelcome, traced a line down my spine. It was the kind of cold that has nothing to do with the ambient temperature. I felt watched. A ridiculous notion. I was the watcher, the Sukanal. I shook my head, dismissing the feeling as a product of solitude and an overactive imagination. I logged the incident in my notebook as a mechanical anomaly, a sticky point in the finder's rotation, and forced myself to forget it. The next day, the radio crackled to life, jolting me from my reading. It was dispatch. Blackbutt, we've got a report of a smoke column vicinity of your location. Can you confirm? Roger that, dispatch. I replied, already moving toward the finder. Give me the coordinates. The voice came back, calm and professional. We're triangulating now, but initial reports place it at approximately grid reference 479er 321. My blood went cold. I didn't need to check my log. I knew the coordinates. They were the exact location where the finder had stopped the day before. My hand trembled as I swung the brass arm. It moved freely now, with no resistance, until I pointed it to the specified location. And there it was. A slender, dirty, white plume of smoke, rising lazily into the blue sky. Blackbutt, I have eyes on it. I managed to say, my voice a dry croak, confirming smoke at the reported coordinates. Roger, Blackbutt. Looks like an unattended campfire. Cruiser en route. I sank onto my stool, my mind racing. Coincidence. It had to be a coincidence. A 1 in a million chance. My scientific mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Perhaps I had subconsciously seen a wisp of smoke too faint to register consciously. Perhaps the heat from the smoldering embers had created a thermal disturbance in the air that had somehow, inexplicably, affected the finder's movement. The explanations felt thin, flimsy, like trying to build a dam with straw. It happened again 4 days later. This time, the finder directed my gaze to a rocky outcrop miles to the south. Again, the sky was clear. Again, I felt that strange, unsettling pull. And again, I logged it as an anomaly, my hand less steady this time. 36 hours later, a dry lightning strike ignited a cluster of dead pines in that exact spot. The fire was small, but the coincidence was enormous. It was a statistical impossibility. I stopped reporting my phantom sightings. Who would I tell? What would I say? My firefinder is predicting the future. They would pull me from my post in a heartbeat. They would send me to a psychiatrist. My career in geology, my quiet sanctuary, it would all be over. So I kept a secret log, a small, black notebook filled with dates, coordinates, and my increasingly frantic attempts to find a logical pattern. The events grew more frequent. The interval between the finder's premonition and the subsequent fire shortening. A week ago, it pointed to a spot where, a mere 8 hours later, a group of careless campers started a blaze with a gas stove. The finder wasn't just predicting fires anymore. It was predicting human error. It was predicting misfortune. The elegant, logical tool I had so admired was becoming an oracle, a thing of terrifying, inexplicable power. The quiet I had sought had been replaced by a screaming silence, filled with the knowledge of disasters yet to come. My sanctuary had become a cage, and I was trapped inside it, watching the future unfold through the crosshairs of a brass and glass prophet. My black notebook became my only confidant, its pages filled with a sprawling, frantic cartography of doom. The rational part of my mind, the geologist who believed in empirical evidence, was screaming. It concocted increasingly desperate theories. Static electricity building up in the brass mechanism. Subtle seismic tremors, too small for me to feel, guiding the sights. Solar flares. I clung to these explanations like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood, knowing full well the current was pulling me under. The finder wasn't predicting misfortune anymore. It was curating it. Each event was tied to fire, a thematic link that felt deliberate, almost artistic. The unattended campfire, the lightning strike, the gas stove, all variations on a theme. My scientific instrument had become a pyromaniacal muse. The true turning point, the moment my fear metastasized into sheer terror, came last week. During my afternoon sweep, the finder locked onto a location that made no sense. There was no forest there, no campsite, no rocky outcrop. The crosshair settled on a winding, asphalt ribbon that cut through the valley below. Highway 20. I stared, perplexed. What could possibly burn on a stretch of barren pavement? I felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this was it. The error. The glitch that would prove the whole thing was a fluke, allowing me to finally sleep again. I noted the coordinates, the time, and a small, hopeful addendum. No possible fire source. For the rest of the day, I felt lighter, almost giddy with relief. The finder was broken. That was all. A simple mechanical fault. The world realigned itself along logical, predictable lines. That evening, I was cleaning my dinner plate when the scanner, usually a quiet companion, crackled with an uncharacteristic urgency. AL units. MVA on Highway 20, mile marker 84. Single vehicle. Reports of heavy smoke and fire. I dropped the plate. It shattered on the floor, but I barely heard it. My blood turned to ice water. I scrambled to the finder, my hands shaking so violently I could barely grip the brass arm. I swung it towards the coordinates I had logged earlier. On the map, it was just a curve in the road. through the sights in the deepening twilight. I could see it, a flickering orange glow against the dark asphalt. It was too far to see details, but I didn't need to. I could picture it perfectly. Twisted metal, shattered glass, and fire. A fiery crash. The finder hadn't been wrong. It had simply expanded its definition of fire. It had shown me where death would happen. That night, I didn't sleep. The tower, once my sanctuary, had become a cage suspended in a black, indifferent sky. Every gust of wind that made the steel frame groan sounded like a low, guttural laugh. The darkness outside the glass walls felt alive, pressing in. I stared at the Osborne fire finder, its brass body gleaming faintly in the moonlight. It was no longer a tool. It was a presence, an entity that shared this small room with me. I felt its awareness, a cold, ancient intelligence that watched me with an unblinking, metallic eye. My scientific mind was in full retreat, routed by a primal fear I had never known. I was a man of logic trapped in a ghost story, and the ghost was a surveyor's tool. The next morning, I tried to fight back. I draped a heavy canvas tarp over the finder, tucking it in tightly as if putting a monster to bed. "I won't look," I said aloud, my voice sounding small and thin in the vast silence. "I won't be your audience." But it was like trying to ignore a venomous snake coiled in the center of the room. I could feel its presence through the canvas. The air around it seemed colder, heavier. The compulsion to look, to lift the tarp and see what fresh horror it had chosen for the day, was a physical ache. It was a thirst. My hands would twitch. My gaze would be drawn to the shrouded shape, again and again. By noon, I had surrendered. With a trembling hand, I pulled back the canvas. The brass was cold to the touch. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and forced myself to perform the sweep. I would be methodical. I would be detached. I would be a scientist collecting data. But my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of dread. The arm swung smoothly for a few degrees, then the familiar, magnetic pull took over. It guided my hand, stopping over a popular hiking trail that snaked its way up the base of Mount Washington. I recorded the coordinates in my black book, my handwriting a barely legible scrawl. The entry simply read, "The trail." 2 days passed. The silence on the radio was a torment. Every hour that went by without news felt like a tightening of a knot in my stomach. I scanned the trail with my binoculars until my eyes burned, seeing nothing but the occasional brightly colored jacket of a hiker moving through the trees. I started to hope again. Maybe this time, it was wrong. Maybe the crash had been the grand finale. On the third day, the radio came to life. A calm, official voice announcing that a section of the Mount Washington Trail was being closed. A lone hiker, a young woman from Portland, had been reported missing by her family. Her car was found at the trailhead. Search and rescue teams were being assembled. They didn't say it, but I knew. I knew they wouldn't find her alive. The finder had shown me where she would be lost. There was no fire this time. The theme had been abandoned. The machine was improvising. The last vestiges of my scientific rationalism crumbled into dust. This was not a series of improbable coincidences. This was a deliberate, malevolent act. And I was its chosen instrument. The knowledge was a poison, and I was being fed a slow, steady dose. I began to feel a strange, terrifying connection to the victims, the campers, the driver of the car, the lost hiker. We were all connected by this machine. It had pointed at them, and they had suffered. It was using me as its witness. I had to understand. I spent hours poring over the finder, examining every screw, every joint. I ran a powerful magnet over its entire surface, hoping to find some hidden mechanism. Nothing. I went online, using the tower's slow satellite internet to research the history of the Osborne Fire Finder. I learned about its invention, its widespread use by the Forest Service. I found old photos of lookouts, men with weathered faces and clear eyes, posing proudly next to their own finders. They looked so confident, so at peace. Had this happened to any of them? Had another man in another tower, years ago, been driven mad by this same brass oracle? There were no records, no stories. Only technical manuals and historical praise for a reliable, ingenious device. My isolation was now absolute. I was on an island in the sky, adrift in a sea of terror, and the only other inhabitant was my tormentor. Last night, I couldn't bear the suspense. I had to know. I had to see the next piece on the board. With a sense of grim resignation, I performed my evening sweep. The air was still, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and purple that felt like a mockery. The brass arm swung smoothly in my hand, a familiar weight. It moved past the site of the campfire, past the lightning, struck pines, past the highway. Then it stopped. The pull was stronger this time, more insistent. It did not point to the distant mountains or the valleys below. It pointed down. I held my breath and leaned in, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought they might break. My eye aligned with the sight. The crosshairs were centered with chilling precision. They were centered directly on the base of my own tower. Time ceased to function in any meaningful way. Seconds stretched into glacial epochs, hours compressed into panicked heartbeats. My world had shrunk to the 14 by 14 foot glass room and the terrifying knowledge contained within the brass instrument at its center. The crosshairs remained fixed on the map, a tiny cruciform symbol marking the base of my tower. My tower. My location. Me. For the first few hours after the discovery, I did nothing. I was paralyzed, a specimen of pure terror pinned to a board. I sat on my stool, watching the last of the sunset's colors bleed from the sky, leaving a bruised, purple twilight. The darkness that followed was absolute. I was a man of science, yet my mind was a whirlwind of pre-scientific dread. Was I marked for death? Was this a curse? The questions were nonsensical, the ravings of a mind unmoored from reason, but they were the only questions I had left. My geologist's training tried to reassert itself, a final, desperate gasp of rationality. The tower's foundation. Was there a flaw in the concrete? A structural weakness in the steel? I imagined the 100-foot structure toppling, a slow-motion cartwheel of metal and glass, sending me plummeting into the forest below. Or perhaps it was a fire after all. A faulty wire in the generator at the base, a spark, a pool of leaking fuel. I envisioned flames licking their way up the steel legs, turning my sanctuary into a funeral pyre. The possibilities were a gallery of horrors, and I was forced to tour every exhibit. Sometime before dawn, the paralysis broke, replaced by a frantic, animalistic need to survive. I would not be a passive victim. I would not sit here and wait for the prophecy to fulfill itself. I had to get out. I scrambled to pack a bag, my movements clumsy and uncoordinated. Water bottles, protein bars, a flashlight, my geological hammer. I grabbed things at random, driven by pure instinct. The plan was simple: get down the stairs, get to my truck parked a mile away at the trailhead, and drive until the black butt was just a speck in my rearview mirror. I would not stop until I hit the ocean. Before I left, I had to try the radio. I had to leave some record, some warning. I snatched the microphone, my thumb fumbling with the transmit button. Mayday. Mayday, mayday. I croaked, my voice raw. This is Sellers Thorne at the Black Butt Lookout. I am declaring an emergency. The speaker answered with a hiss of static. Mayday, does anyone copy? I yelled, my voice cracking.
My position is compromised.
The tower is not safe. The static seemed to coalesce, to thicken. For a moment, I thought I heard a voice buried deep within the noise, a low, whispering murmur. It wasn't English. It was something older, a series of guttural clicks and deep, resonant tones. It sounded like rocks grinding together deep within the earth. I threw the microphone down as if it were red hot. The radio was not a link to help. It was a listening post for whatever entity was tormenting me. There was one last thing to do. I looked at the Osborne Fire Finder, its brass gleaming with malevolent intelligence. It was the source. The conduit. I could not leave it here to trap some other poor soul in the future. It had to be destroyed. I grabbed my geological hammer from my pack. It felt heavy and solid in my hand, a tool of my trade, a tool of science. I would use science to end this madness. I raised the hammer high above my head, the polished steel face aimed at the center of the glass map. No more. I grunted and brought it down with all the force I could muster. The sound was not what I expected. There was no satisfying shatter of glass. Instead, there was a dull, resonant thud, as if I had struck a solid block of iron. The hammer vibrated violently in my hand, sending a painful shockwave up my arm. A spider web of tiny cracks appeared on the glass, but it did not break. And from deep below me, from the very foundations of the butt itself, came a low, grinding groan. It was the sound from the radio, magnified 1,000 times. The entire tower shuddered, not from the wind, but from a tremor that rose from the rock beneath. I stumbled back, dropping the hammer. My ears rang. The floor vibrated beneath my feet. I had made a terrible, catastrophic mistake. I thought the finder was the engine of my doom, a machine that wrote the future. I was wrong. It wasn't a prophet. It was a lock, a seal, a carefully calibrated instrument designed not to predict fires, but to monitor and contain a far older and more terrible power sleeping within the volcano. And I, in my fear and ignorance, had just struck the keystone. With a sense of dawning, absolute horror, I leaned over the finder one last time. The tremor had shifted something. The brass sighting arm had moved. It was no longer pointing at the base of the tower on the map. The crosshairs had moved to the very center. They were pointing at me. The groan from the earth deepened into a deafening roar. The glass walls of the lookout began to creak and pop under an immense, unseen pressure. I looked down at the floor, at the spot on the map where I was standing. The wooden planks began to splinter. It wasn't the tower collapsing. It was the ground beneath it. The butt, the ancient Stratocone I had come here to study, was waking up. My black notebook lay open on the desk. My pen was still there. My hand, moving with a will of its own, reached for it. I had to record it. I had to document the data. It was the only thing I had left. The floor buckled, throwing me to my knees. A fissure, black and steaming with a sulfurous heat, split the floorboards. This was the fire, not of wood, but of the world itself. The last thing I saw was not flame, but a profound and ancient darkness rising to meet me. A darkness made of rock and time, and a hunger that had waited for millennia. My final log entry, my last piece of data, was a single, frantic scrawl as the world gave way beneath me. It is a name I have always felt was better suited to a dusty history book. My name is Alara Vance, and I sought refuge at the Coffin Mountain Fire lookout with the express purpose of vanishing in the life I'd left behind. The city was a cage of concrete and noise, haunted by the shadow of a man I could no longer abide. Escaping his orbit felt less like a choice and more like a biological imperative, a desperate flight for self-preservation. When the Forest Service position opened up, it seemed like a direct answer to a prayer. I hadn't realized I'd been screaming into the void. 5,700 feet of raw elevation, a single winding dirt road for access, and a complete and utter lack of cellular service felt like the perfect place to disappear, to become unreachable, to simply cease to exist for anyone but myself. The initial ascent up the mountain was a journey of decompression. With every switchback, the air grew thinner and cleaner, scented with pine and damp earth. The endless gray of the city skyline was replaced by an ocean of green, a rolling expanse of Douglas fir and ancient cedar. I watched the last bar of signal on my phone flicker and die without a shred of regret, feeling the invisible tether to my old life finally snap. The solitude I found at the summit was a balm, a profound and healing silence that settled over me like a weighted blanket. The lookout itself was a small, 14 by 14 foot cabin perched a 40-foot timber tower, a glass-walled cage suspended between the forest canopy and the vast, indifferent sky. It was Spartan, equipped with only a bed, a small wood stove, a desk, and the all-important Osborne fire funder, its brass ring gleaming in the center of the room. This was my sanctuary, my fortress of solitude. For the first week, I was in heaven. My days fell into a simple, meditative rhythm: wake with the sun, brew coffee that tasted richer in the thin air, and spend hours scanning the horizon, my gaze sweeping across the endless sea of trees, searching for the faintest whisper of smoke. The world was reduced to the essentials: wind, sun, trees, and the quiet, steady beat of my own heart. The man in the city, with his suffocating attention and unpredictable temper, began to feel like a character from a bad dream, a phantom from another lifetime. Here, I was the master of my own small universe. The change began, as it so often does, with a storm. It rolled in from the west, a bruised and turbulent mass of clouds that swallowed the blue sky whole. The wind, once a gentle whisper, became a shrieking banshee, throwing itself against the glass walls of my perch with a force that made the entire structure groan in protest. Rain came down not in drops, but in solid, wind-driven sheets, blurring the world into a wash of gray and green. It was both terrifying and magnificent. I felt impossibly small, a tiny, fragile speck of life in the face of nature's raw, untamed power. And it was during the height of this tempest that the rattling started. It was a small, insistent sound from the corner of the room, a frantic clattering of wood against wood that managed to cut through the cacophony of the storm. A loose floorboard. Annoyed by the distraction and grateful for a simple, tangible problem to solve, I decided to fix it. I found a small crowbar in the supply locker below and wedged it into the seam. The old wood resisted, groaning as I put my weight into it, before finally giving way with a sharp crack. The board lifted, revealing a dark, shallow cavity beneath the floor. It was musty, filled with dust bunnies and the faint, dry scent of decay. But there was something else in there. My fingers, probing the darkness, brushed against a surface that was too smooth, too cool to be wood. I pulled it out into the dim, storm light of the cabin. It was a small, leather-bound book, its cover worn smooth with time, and its pages yellowed at the edges. It was a logbook, a relic left behind by one of my predecessors. As the storm began to recede, leaving a low, guttural rumble in its wake, I lit a kerosene lantern. The warm, flickering light pushed back the shadows and made the small cabin feel like a cozy, protected haven once more. I settled onto my cot, the logbook feeling heavy and significant in my hands, and opened it to the first page. The script was elegant, a precise and looping cursive from a bygone era. Elias Thorne, it read, commencing duties May 28, 1952. A thrill of connection ran through me. This man had lived in this very room, had watched the same sunrises, had felt the same profound loneliness that sometimes crept in at the edges of the day. His early entries were mundane, much like my own would have been. He chronicled the weather, the number of deer he spotted in the meadow below, the way the fog filled the valleys in the morning like a bowl of milk. He wrote about the solitude, calling it a heavy quiet that he sought to fill. To that end he had brought his tools. Carpentry, he wrote, is the art of making the silence useful. I read on, engrossed. Elias was a gifted writer, his descriptions of the landscape vivid and poetic. He was also, it seemed, a meticulous craftsman. He wrote of finding a great Douglas fir that had been felled by a lightning strike the previous winter. He described the process of milling the wood by hand, the scent of the fresh sawn timber, the beauty of the grain. He was going to build something, he declared, a project to occupy his hands and mind. At first, he called it a keepsake box, and I smiled, picturing him working away in the small space below, creating a beautiful, ornate chest. The entries for the next few weeks were filled with the details of its construction. He wrote about the precision of the joints he was cutting, the seamless way the boards fit together. His obsession with the project was palpable. He wrote less about the weather and the wildlife, and more about the box. The tone began to subtly shift. He stopped referring to it as a keepsake box. It became simply, the box. An entry from mid-June reading, the work is slow, but it must be perfect. It must be strong enough to hold. The integrity of the structure is paramount. Hold what? I wondered, a flicker of unease stirring within me. The phrase seemed odd for a simple chest. Then came the first mention of the visitor. It wasn't a person. He was clear on that. It was a presence, an unnerving chill that would settle in the cabin, even when the stove was roaring. A cold visitor, he wrote. It comes with the wind. It whispers from the trees, just at the edge of hearing. My own blood ran a little cold. I glanced nervously at the dark windows, the wind whistling softly through the eaves of the roof. Elias wrote that the visitor was telling him things, guiding his work. He says the dimensions are wrong. A later entry read, the handwriting slightly less steady. It needs to be longer, a man's length. A cold dread began to pool in my stomach. I read on with a growing sense of horror as Elias described the new measurements, the way he was painstakingly lining the interior with his own worn wool blankets. The careful joinery, the precise dimensions, the soft lining, it wasn't a box. With a sudden, sickening clarity that made the lantern lit cabin feel like a tomb, I realized what he was building. Elias Thorne was building a coffin. The words on the page seemed to radiate a chilling cold that seeped into my fingers, my hands, my arms, until my whole body felt frozen. A coffin. The cozy, lantern-lit cabin, my sanctuary from the world, suddenly felt claustrophobic, its wooden walls pressing in on me like the sides of a tomb. The wind whistling through the eaves was no longer a neutral sound of nature. It was a mournful sigh, a lament for the man who had lived and, I now feared, died in this very room. I slammed the logbook shut, the sound echoing unnaturally in the heavy silence. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I wanted to throw the book back under the floorboards, to bury it and the terrible story it contained, to pretend I had never found it. But I couldn't. A morbid, irresistible curiosity held me captive. I had to know what happened to Elias Thorne. My hands trembling, I opened the book again. The entries that followed confirmed my worst fears, chronicling a mind slowly unraveling under the weight of a supernatural siege. Elias's elegant script evolved into a jagged, hurried scrawl, the words tumbling over one another in their haste to be recorded. The cold visitor was no longer a vague presence. It had a voice, and it was relentless. He speaks to me in the night, Elias wrote, the ink smudged as if by a trembling hand. He tells me the forest is hungry. It demands a tribute. It has chosen me to provide it. The coffin is not for me, he says. It is a gift, an offering. A gift for whom? The question hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I found myself holding my breath, straining my ears, listening for a voice in the wind outside my own windows. The line between his past and my present was beginning to blur. The 70 years separating us, collapsing into a single, terrifying moment. Elias wrote of the visitor's instructions, becoming more specific, more demanding. It wasn't just about building the coffin anymore. It was about preparing it. He insists on perfection. The lining must be seamless, the wood polished until it shines like dark water. He had me gather pine needles and cedar boughs to pack around it, to sweeten the wood. He says the vessel must be worthy. I could almost smell it, the sharp, clean scent of pine mixed with the musty odor of old wool and decaying wood. The image was so vivid it made me gag. Elias was no longer just a carpenter. He was an undertaker, preparing a resting place at the behest of a phantom. His fear was a living thing on the pages, a palpable entity that reached across the decades to grip my own heart. Yet, woven through the terror was a new, even more disturbing thread, a sense of pride, a twisted sense of purpose. No one has ever been given such a task. One entry read, the writing now disturbingly bold and clear. I am the guardian of a sacred trust. The visitor chose me. He saw the skill in my hands and the strength in my heart. I will not fail him. This was the part that truly horrified me. It wasn't just that he was being tormented. He was being converted. The entity in the woods wasn't just trying to scare him. It was trying to claim him, body and soul. He began to document strange occurrences, his paranoia bleeding into the ink. He saw shadows moving at the periphery of his vision, flitting between the ancient firs. He heard scratching sounds at the base of the tower at night, a sound he initially dismissed as porcupines or raccoons, but which grew more rhythmic, more deliberate. It is the sound of something testing the foundations, he wrote. Something wanting to get in. I jumped at a sudden creak from the floorboards below my feet, my head snapping towards the trapdoor that led down the tower stairs. It was just the old wood settling, I told myself. Just the tower groaning in the wind. But the rational explanation did little to soothe the primal fear that Elias's words had awakened in me. My sanctuary had become a cage, and I was suddenly acutely aware of how alone I was, suspended 40 feet in the air in a glass box, a beacon in a sea of darkness. The solitude I had craved was now my greatest enemy. Every creak of the tower, every rustle of the trees, every shadow cast by the flickering lantern was a potential threat. Was that the wind, or was it a whisper? Was that the branch of a tree scraping against the glass, or was it a fingernail? I forced myself to read on, my knuckles white as I gripped the book. I had to see it through to the end. The final few pages were almost impossible to decipher. The handwriting was a chaotic mess, the desperate scrawl of a man who had lost all hope. The entries were no longer dated daily, but sometimes hourly, tracking the final, terrifying moments of his ordeal. "It is finished," he wrote. "The coffin is perfect. He is pleased." He showed me a face in the rain that streamed down the window pane. It had no eyes, but it saw me. It smiled. A wave of nausea washed over me. I looked at the window, half expecting to see a featureless face staring back at me from the darkness. There was nothing but my own pale, terrified reflection. "He is coming for it," the next entry read. "He says the vessel is ready for its passenger." He told me the name, but the name was just a black, angry smear of ink, as if Elias had tried to scratch it out, to erase it from the page, from his own mind. The final entry was just a few words, written in a shaky, barely legible script that was little more than a crawl. The letters were faint, as if the last of his strength had been spent just to hold the pen. "It is finished. He says my time is tomorrow." Beneath it, a date, July 16th, 1952. I closed the book, a profound and grim pity washing over me for poor, lost Elias Thorne. A man who had come to the mountain seeking solitude, only to find a monstrous, possessive entity waiting for him in the trees. I imagined his last hours, huddled in this room listening, waiting for the thing he had served to come and claim its prize. I tried to reassure myself. It was a tragedy, yes, but it was a tragedy from a lifetime ago. It was a ghost story, written on paper, nothing more. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to push the fear back down. It was just a story. To prove it to myself, to ground myself in the solid, rational present, I pulled out my own small calendar from my backpack. I flipped through the pages, my thumb stopping on the current month. My eyes scanned the dates, searching for today. And then I found it. My blood turned to ice. The breath caught in my throat, a sharp, painful thing. The calendar didn't say July 17th. It didn't say July 18th. My finger was resting on a small, neat square. Today is July 15th. A floorboard creaked downstairs. And then, from the deep, dark woods below, I heard it. A faint, clear sound carried on the night wind. Someone was whistling. For a long moment, paralyzed, frozen in a state of pure, primal terror that was colder than any mountain wind. The sound was so innocuous, so human. A simple, tuneless whistle, weaving through the pines like a phantom bird call. But it was wrong. Everything about it was wrong. It was the dead of night, miles from any road, on a mountain peak accessible only by a single, gated tract. There was no one here. There couldn't be anyone here. Yet the sound persisted, a clear, sharp melody against the low sigh of the wind. It was the sound of someone utterly at ease, someone taking a leisurely stroll through the woods. My woods. My paralysis broke in a surge of adrenaline. Elias's shaky script flashed in my mind. He says my time is tomorrow. July 16th. My tomorrow. My mind, frantic and racing, latched onto one desperate, illogical hope. It was a hiker. Someone lost, someone who had underestimated the mountain. I scrambled for the high, powered flashlight I kept by the door, my hands fumbling with the switch. The beam cut a brilliant white cone through oppressive darkness, sweeping across the impenetrable wall of trees below. "Hello," I shouted, my voice thin and reedy, instantly swallowed by the vast emptiness. "Is someone out there? Are you lost?" The whistling stopped. A silence descended that was 1,000 times more terrifying than the sound it replaced. It was a heavy, listening silence. I held my breath, straining my ears, every nerve in my body screaming. The beam of my flashlight trembled, dancing over the dark, unmoving shapes of the trees. Nothing, no reply, no movement, just the immense patient stillness of the ancient forest. And then a new sound, a sharp snap, the sound of a dry twig breaking under a heavy foot. It was closer, much closer. It came from directly below the tower. Panic, stark and absolute, seized me. This was no lost hiker. This was Elias's visitor. It had come back, and it was following the same schedule. I threw my weight against the heavy wooden trapdoor in the floor, the only entrance to my glass-walled perch, and fumbled with the thick iron bolt, ramming it home. It felt flimsy, inadequate. I looked around the small cabin for anything to barricade it with. My eyes landed on my metal, framed cot. With a surge of desperate strength, I wrestled it off the floor, dragging it over the trapdoor. It wasn't much, but it was something. A barrier, a prayer, scrape, creak. The sound came from the tower itself, from the wooden staircase that spiraled up the 40-foot structure. It was the slow, deliberate sound of something beginning to climb. It wasn't the frantic scratching Elias had described. This was calm, unhurried, confident. Each creak of the wooden steps was a countdown, a slow, rhythmic beat marking its ascent. One step, a pause, another step. It was taking its time. It knew I was here. It knew I was trapped. There was nowhere for me to go. My mind reeled. I was suspended in a cage of glass and steel. A specimen in a jar for this thing to observe at its leisure. The man in the city, the reason I had fled to this remote peak, seemed like a distant, almost trivial problem. His anger was human, his threats tangible. This was something else entirely. Something ancient and unknowable, an evil woven into the very fabric of this mountain. I had run from a monster only to find myself in the lair of a god. Creak, groan. It was halfway up. I could feel the vibrations through the floorboards. I backed away from the trapdoor, pressing myself into the far corner of the room. My eyes glued to the metal cot that was my only defense. Elias's logbook lay open on the desk, its pages fluttering in the breeze from a cracked window pane. My gaze fell upon the final, smeared entry. He says the vessel is ready for its passenger. He told me the name. The ink was a black void, a name violently erased. But the vessel was the coffin. Where was it? Elias had built it here, in this small pocket of the world. It had to be close. My eyes darted back to the loose floorboard I had pried open, the one that had hidden the logbook. The dark cavity beneath. It wasn't deep enough for a book, let alone a man-sized coffin. But the tower itself was built on a larger cabin, a ground-level storage room where supplies were kept. The room directly beneath me. Thump, a soft, heavy sound against the underside of the trapdoor. It had arrived. It was there, just inches away, separated from me by a few planks of wood and a flimsy metal bed frame. I held my breath, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst from my chest. I waited for the splintering crash, for the door to be torn from its hinges. But nothing happened. There was only silence. A deep, profound silence that felt heavier, more menacing than the climb had been. It was waiting, playing with me, and then a whisper. It wasn't in my ears, it was in my head. A cold, dry voice that sounded like rustling leaves and cracking branches. Elara. It knew my name. A choked sob escaped my lips. How could it know my name? I had never spoken it aloud on this mountain. The voice was not the cold visitor Elias described. It was something else. It was the forest itself, its consciousness ancient and vast, and I was a tiny, insignificant speck within it. The iron bolt on the trapdoor began to rattle, slowly at first, then more violently. A low, guttural growl vibrated through the wood. It was getting impatient. In my terror, a horrifying clarity descended. The coffin. The passenger. The smeared name. Elias wasn't the passenger. He was the craftsman, the one chosen to prepare the vessel. The visitor, the entity, didn't want him. It wanted an offering. It wanted a lookout. The position itself was the lure, the solitude the bait. And for 70 years, the coffin had lain in wait in the room below. An empty, patient vessel, waiting for its next occupant. The whistling started again. But this time it wasn't from the woods. It was from just outside the glass, a soft, mournful tune. I slowly lifted my gaze to the window, my reflection staring back, pale and terrified. And behind my reflection, a second face began to form in the darkness. It was faint, translucent, a man's face, gaunt and sorrowful, his eyes hollow pits of despair. It was Elias. He wasn't the monster. He was the first victim, his spirit now tethered to this place, a ghostly herald of the doom to come. He was the one who had been whistling. He was the one who had climbed the stairs. He was the warning.
Shrake!
A long, splintering fracture appeared in the trapdoor. The metal cot jumped. The end was here. The entity below was coming through. I looked wildly around my glass prison. There was no escape. The radio was useless, its wires chewed through, I now realized, by something far more determined than a porcupine. The windows were sealed shut. I was going to die here. My gaze fell on the Osborne firefinder in the center of the room, its brass ring gleaming in the lantern light. It was designed to find the source of a fire, to pinpoint a location in the vast wilderness. And in its polished, curved surface, I saw a reflection of the room that was not my own. I saw the trapdoor bursting upwards. I saw a shape composed of shadow and root and soil, a thing with no eyes but a terrible, rising into my sanctuary. And from the storage room directly below my feet, carried on the cold night air, came one final sound. The slow, deep groan of a wooden lid sliding open. The vessel was ready. My time was now. My name is Gideon Fell, and for more than 30 years, the wilderness has been my office. I've staffed fire lookouts from the arid peaks of the Gila National Forest in New Mexico to the damp, fog-shrouded towers of the Pacific Northwest. In that time, I've learned that the woods keep secrets. I've seen things that would make a city person question their sanity, phenomena that defy easy explanation. I've watched a bolt of lightning strike a dead pine and crawl down its trunk not as a flash of light, but as a spindly, man-shaped silhouette of pure electricity. I've seen the smoke from a slow, burning forest fire drift into the valley below and form shapes that looked disconcertingly like letters, spelling out a word I dared not repeat. Most lookouts have stories like these. We're a solitary bunch, and the isolation can play tricks on the mind. You learn to file these experiences away, to categorize them as products of fatigue. atmospheric quirks, or the simple, profound loneliness of being the only human being for 50 square miles. You have to, or the silence will swallow you whole. I've always prided myself on my ability to separate the real from the imagined, the threat of a dry lightning strike from the phantoms born of solitude. Nothing spooks me. Or so I thought, before I came to Devil's Peak. After 3 decades of service, I was looking for a quiet season. My bones ached in the morning, and the thrill of a raging crown fire, seen from miles away, had long been replaced by a quiet, wary respect. Devil's Peak was supposed to be an easy post. It's located in a relatively low-risk sector of the Oregon woods, a place that hadn't seen a major fire in years. The tower itself is a classic L4 model, a 14 by 14 foot cabin perched on stilts of treated timber, a relic from the 1930s. It's cozy, familiar, and sturdy. It feels less like a workplace and more like a home. My home. For the first few weeks, it was exactly the kind of peace I'd been seeking. My days fell into a comfortable rhythm. I'd wake with the sun, my first act always being to grab the binoculars and perform a slow, 360-degree sweep of my domain. The world from my window was a vast, undulating ocean of green, a tapestry of Douglas fir, hemlock, and cedar stretching to a horizon serrated by the distant, hazy blue of the Cascade Range. After the morning sweep, I'd make coffee on the old propane stove, its hiss a familiar companion in the quiet. The rest of the day was a mix of routine and leisure. Recording weather data, checking in with the ranger station, reading thick paperback novels, and simply watching the world breathe. The silence wasn't empty. It was filled with the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant cry of a hawk, and the creak of the tower's wood as it settled in the sun. It was a good silence. A safe silence. The change began subtly. It started with the weather. A heat wave had settled over the region, oppressive and still. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with a strange, electric tension. For 3 days, not a single breeze stirred the treetops. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. On the 4th day, the sky began to curdle. The brilliant, empty blue of the morning was slowly consumed by bruised, looking clouds that gathered on the western horizon, building themselves into a towering, anvil-shaped fortress. I wasn't worried. A thunderstorm, even a severe one, is just another part of the job. I'd been in towers that were struck by lightning multiple times in a single night. You learn to trust your grounding cables and respect the power of the storm. As the afternoon wore on, I went through my pre-storm checklist. I secured a loose shutter, double-checked the connections on the radio's antenna, and moved my metal cutlery away from the windows. The first fat drops of rain began to spatter against the glass panes, each one landing with a distinct, heavy thwack. By nightfall, the storm was no longer approaching, it had arrived. It was a storm of biblical proportions, the kind that makes you feel small and fragile. The wind howled, a physical presence that made the entire tower groan and sway gently on its foundations. Rain came in solid, horizontal sheets, blurring the world outside into an abstract watercolor of darkness and motion. And the lightning, it was incessant. It didn't just flash. It tore the sky apart, illuminating the violent, thrashing sea of trees below in stark, silent tableaus of black and white. With each flash came a deafening crack of thunder so close and so powerful that it vibrated deep in my chest, making my teeth buzz. It was during the height of this electrical fury that the radio crackled to life. It wasn't the usual burst of static that accompanies a lightning strike. This was different. Through the hiss and pop, a voice emerged. I assumed it was another lookout on a nearby peak, perhaps trying to report a strike. "This is Devil's Peak," I said into the handset, my own voice sounding small against the roar of the storm. "Go ahead." There was no response, only a continuation of the sound. It wasn't a single voice. There were two. They were deep, guttural, and utterly alien. One spoke with a low, grinding rumble, like massive stones being dragged across the bedrock of the earth. The sound was slow, deliberate, and carried an immense weight of authority. The other voice was a sharp, pressurized hiss, like steam escaping a ruptured boiler. It was quicker, more sibilant, and laced with a palpable sense of cunning and impatience. I couldn't understand the words. The language, if it could be called that, was a collection of phonemes that my brain simply couldn't process. But I understood the tone perfectly. It was a negotiation. A deal was being struck in the heart of the storm. The grinding voice would make a slow, resonant pronouncement, and the hissing voice would reply with a series of sharp, questioning sounds. There would be a pause, a moment of consideration that felt charged with ancient gravity, and then the bartering would resume. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a crossed signal. It wasn't some ham radio operator playing a prank. The voices were too clear, too close, woven into the fabric of the storm itself. I frantically twisted the frequency dial, scanning the entire band, but it made no difference. The voices remained, a constant, terrifying presence beneath the static, no matter where I turned. Then I heard the third sound. It happened only in the split second that lightning bleached the world white. In that moment of blinding illumination, the two deep voices would fall silent. And in that fraction of a second of quiet, another sound would emerge, faint and thin, and utterly terrified. It was the sound of a woman. Sometimes it was a desperate, pleading whimper. Once I could have sworn I heard a single, choked word. "Please." It was almost lost in the subsequent, deafening roar of thunder, but it was there. It was human, and it was in agony. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just a negotiation. It was an auction. The two inhuman voices were bartering, and the terrified, pleading whispers were the sound of the prize. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably closer to an hour, the horrifying transaction continued. The stone voice and the steam voice exchanged their unknowable proposals, their debate punctuated by the flashes of lightning and the fleeting, desperate cries of their victim. I was no longer a lookout in a storm. I was a helpless witness to a cosmic horror, trapped in my glass cage, privy to a conversation never meant for human ears. Finally, it reached its conclusion. The grinding, stone-like voice let out a triumphant roar, a sound of such primal victory that it shook the very timbers of the tower. It was a sound of finality, of a deal sealed and a property claimed. It was followed, a moment later, by a long, drawn-out sigh from the hissing voice. A sound of profound, weary resignation. A sound of defeat. And then silence. The two voices were gone. The storm itself seemed to obey their departure, its fury abating almost immediately. The hammering rain softened to a drizzle. The wind died down to a mournful sigh, and the lightning retreated to the far, off horizon, flashing silently. The radio hissed with nothing but empty, ordinary static. I was alone again, left in the ringing silence, my heart hammering against my ribs. I sat there on my stool trembling, until the first gray light of dawn began to creep over the mountains, revealing a world washed clean and utterly, terrifyingly changed. Sleep was an impossibility. I spent the remaining hours of the night sitting on my stool, the cold metal a stark contrast to the feverish heat in my own body, staring out at the clearing sky. The moon, the pale sliver, eventually emerged from behind the retreating clouds, casting a sterile, silver light over the drenched landscape. The forest was silent again, but it was a different kind of silence. The peaceful, living quiet I had come to cherish was gone, replaced by a dead, watchful stillness. It felt like the silence of a room where something terrible has just happened. My mind, usually a reliable and orderly place, was a maelstrom of denial and terror. I tried to dismantle the experience of the night, to break it down into logical, explainable components. The voices, a bizarre atmospheric anomaly, perhaps two distant radio stations from opposite ends of the country, their signals somehow crossing and amplifying in the electrically charged air of the storm. It was improbable, but not impossible. The woman's pleading, auditory pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find patterns in random noise. The same way a person sees a face in a cloud, I had heard a voice in the static. It was a textbook symptom of stress and isolation. I was an old man, alone on a mountain. My mind was simply playing tricks on me. I repeated these rationalizations to myself like a mantra, but they were hollow words. They could not account for the visceral certainty felt, the chillingly clear narrative of the negotiation, the triumphant roar, the sigh of defeat. They could not explain away the raw, primal fear that had seized me. A fear I hadn't felt since I was a child afraid of the dark. For 30 years, I had been the master of my solitude. Now, for the first time, I felt like its prisoner. When the sun finally crested the horizon, painting the eastern sky in hues of soft pink and orange, I forced myself to move. Routine, I told myself, was the antidote to madness. I stood up, my joints protesting, and began my morning ritual. I grabbed the binoculars from their hook by the door, the cool metal familiar in my trembling hands. I raised them to my eyes and began my sweep. The world was pristine, reborn. The storm had washed every speck of dust from the air, and the endless sea of trees below seemed more vibrant, a deeper and more lustrous green. The air itself smelled clean, of rain and wet earth and pine. Everything looked normal. Perfect, even. Too perfect. After the sweep, I made coffee. The hiss of the propane stove and the rich aroma filling the small cabin were comforting. Anchors to the world I knew. I tried to read a few pages of my book, but the words swam before my eyes, meaningless squiggles on a page. My mind was elsewhere, replaying the guttural sounds and the desperate whispers. I needed to get out of the cabin. I needed to feel the sun on my skin and breathe the morning air, to prove to myself that the world was still solid and real. The final part of my morning routine was a physical inspection of the tower and its immediate surroundings. I unlatched the door and stepped out onto the catwalk, the narrow metal walkway that encircles the cabin. The wood was damp beneath my boots. I took a deep breath, the cool air a welcome shock to my system. I began my slow walk around the perimeter, checking the timber supports, the grounding cables, the tension wires. Everything was as it should be. The tower had weathered the storm without issue. I was on the north side of the catwalk, the side that had faced the brunt of the storm when I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were deceiving me, that it was a trick of the light, a stray piece of litter blown in by the wind. But as I drew closer, my heart began to pound a slow, heavy drumbeat against my ribs. There, growing directly from the cold, hard steel of the grated metal floor, was a flower. It was a single bloom, utterly perfect and profoundly out of place. It wasn't growing in a crack or a crevice, where a seed might have found purchase. Its slender, pale green stem seemed to emerge directly from the solid metal, a biological impossibility. The flower itself was composed of 7 petals, each one a flawless, luminous white, the color of fresh snow or sun-bleached bone. They were arranged in a perfect spiral, unfurling from a center that held a dusting of gold pollen. The texture of the petals looked like fine silk. It was a species I had never seen before, not in any forest, not in any botany book. It was alien in its perfection. I knelt, my old knees cracking in protest. I reached out a hesitant finger, half expecting it to be an illusion that would vanish at my touch, but it was real. The petal was cool and soft, impossibly delicate. It was a living thing. A living thing growing from a place where life had no right to be. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, where it had come from. It was a token, a receipt, a symbol of the transaction I had been forced to witness. The triumphant roar of the stone voice echoed in my memory. This was the spoils of that victory. Stumbling back into the cabin, I slammed the door shut, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The physical evidence shattered my carefully constructed walls of denial. That flower was not a product of my imagination. It was real, which meant the voices were real. The negotiation was real. The woman was real. My hand went to the radio, almost of its own accord. I needed to report this. But what could I possibly say? Devil's Peak to dispatch. I believe a demonic entity just won a woman's soul in a poker game during the storm last night. Also, he left a flower. They would pull me off this mountain in a straitjacket. Still, I needed to hear another human voice. I needed to connect to the world outside this suddenly hostile peak. I switched the radio on and lifted the handset. The familiar hiss of static filled the cabin. Devil's Peak to dispatch, radio check. I said, my voice hoarse. There was no answer. Just the static. I adjusted the squelch, trying to clear the signal. I turned the frequency dial, slowly at first, then more frantically. And that's when I heard it. Underneath the static, on every single frequency, was another sound. It was faint, so faint that at first I thought it was just the hiss of the vacuum tubes. But as I strained to listen, it resolved itself into a clear, distinct, and unmistakable sound. It was the sound of a woman weeping. It wasn't loud or hysterical. It was a soft, broken, continuous sound of pure, inconsolable grief. It was a sound of absolute despair, of a sorrow so deep and so endless that it had become a part of the very fabric of the airwaves. It didn't matter where I turned the dial. From the lowest frequency to the highest, the weeping was there, a constant ghostly undercurrent to the static. I turned the radio off, and the cabin was silent. I turned it back on, and the weeping returned, a phantom in the machine. I let the handset fall from my numb fingers. It swung back and forth on its coiled cord, a pendulum marking the seconds of my new reality. The man who wasn't spooked was gone forever. In his place was a terrified old man, trapped in a glass box 40 feet in the air. The comforting silence of my wilderness had been stolen from me. Now, it was filled with the sound of weeping. And outside, on the catwalk, a single, impossible white flower was a stark, beautiful reminder of the price that had been paid. The days that followed were a new kind of hell, one not of fire and brimstone, but of quiet, relentless decay. The sun would rise, and I would perform my sweep, my movements stiff and robotic. The world outside remained stubbornly beautiful, a cruel mockery of the turmoil within me. The weeping on the radio became the soundtrack to my existence. It was my alarm clock in the morning, the background noise to my meager meals, the final sound I heard before drifting into a shallow, restless sleep filled with dreams of grinding stones and hissing steam. I tried turning the radio off, but the silence was somehow worse. In the quiet, my mind would fill the void, replaying the weeping from memory, making it louder and more desperate. At least with the radio on, it was a constant, a known quantity of suffering. My logbook, once a testament to meticulous observation, became a chronicle of my unraveling. The neat columns of weather data gave way to rambling, disjointed entries. Day 3 after the storms, the weeping hasn't stopped. The flower is still there. It hasn't wilted, it seems to glow in the moonlight. Day 5 I tried to call dispatch again. I turned the volume all the way up. I screamed into the handset until my throat was raw. Behind my own voice, I could still hear her, crying softly. Does anyone else hear her? Or is it just for me? Day 80 I haven't eaten. Not hungry. The flower seems brighter today. The white of its petals is so pure it hurts my eyes. I think it likes the sun. Day 12 I'm the only one who knows she's crying. I am her only witness. Is that my job now? Not to look for fire, but to listen to this. My world shrank to the 14 by 14-foot cabin, the narrow catwalk, and the two constants of my new reality, the weeping ghost in the machine and the impossible bloom on the metal floor. I became obsessed with the flower. Several times a day, I would force myself to step outside to look at it. My initial terror had morphed into a strange, protective reverence. I should have destroyed it. I should have ripped it from its unnatural perch and hurled it into the abyss. But I couldn't. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, and its perfection felt sacred. It was a symbol of a soul's damnation, and yet it was a thing of exquisite life. To destroy it felt like a second murder. The forest, my old friend, turned against me. The familiar shapes of the trees began to twist, in my peripheral vision, forming spindly, man-shaped silhouettes that vanished whenever I looked at them directly. The wind, no longer a comforting whisper, seemed to carry fragments of words, echoes of the guttural negotiation. I was no longer the king of this quiet kingdom. I was its prisoner, haunted by the very landscape I had once loved. My solitude, once my shield, had become an echo chamber for my fear. 1 week after the storm, I made a decision. I couldn't live with the weeping anymore. I had to make it stop. My target was the flower. It was the source, the anchor. With a grim resolve, I put on my work gloves, grabbed a heavy wrench from my toolkit, and stepped out onto the catwalk. The air was cold, and a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. The flower looked radiant in the afternoon light, its 7 white petals a stark contrast to the gray, weathered metal. As I raised the wrench, my hands shaking, the weeping on the radio inside the cabin changed. The soft, sorrowful sound began to escalate, growing in volume and intensity. The grief was sharpening into panic. I hesitated, the wrench held high. The weeping became a desperate, pleading cry, the same sound I had heard during the storm. It was the sound of a person begging for their life. Please. No. The voice wasn't just on the radio anymore. It was in my head. It was all around me. I dropped the wrench with a loud clang. It bounced once on the catwalk, and then tumbled over the edge, disappearing into the green depths below. I fell to my knees, clutching my head, as the pleading subsided, returning to the familiar, broken-hearted sobbing. I understood then. The weeping wasn't a curse meant for me. It was a connection. The flower wasn't just a trophy, it was a vessel. And the woman, whoever she was in there. Her sorrow, her essence, was tied to it. To destroy the flower would be to destroy what was left of her. My presence here, my listening, was all she had. I was her final companion. From that day on, something shifted in me. The fear didn't vanish, but it was joined by a profound, aching sense of purpose. I was no longer a fire lookout. I was a keeper. I stopped trying to contact the outside world. I let my logbook gather dust. My routine now centered on the flower. I would sweep the catwalk clean around it. I would sit near it for hours, speaking to it in low, comforting tones, telling her about the sunrise, about the hawk I saw circling in the valley, about the world she could no longer see. I told her my name. I told her she wasn't alone, and the forest grew quiet again. The menacing shapes in the trees resolved back into ordinary pines and firs. The wind whispered without words. It was as if my acceptance of my role had placated the ancient powers that resided there. The season drew to a close. The air grew crisp, and the first hints of autumn color began to touch the distant hills. I knew the supply helicopter would be coming for me soon. They would take me back to a world of noise and people, a world where the radio played music and flowers grew in the dirt. They would take me away from her. I couldn't let that happen. On the day I was scheduled for pickup, I dismantled the helipad's windsock. I hid my gear deep in the woods. When I heard the distant thump, thump, thump of the helicopter, I retreated into the cabin and stayed silent, my hand resting on the radio, where the weeping continued its soft, gentle lament. I watched through my binoculars as the helicopter circled the peak twice, then turned and flew away. The first snows began to fall that evening. I stood on the catwalk, coatless, feeling the cold flakes melt on my face. The single white flower, my constant companion, stood pristine and untouched by the frost, a beacon of impossible life in the dying world. The tower was cold, my supplies were dwindling, but I was not afraid. The man named Gideon fell, the man who was never spooked, was long gone. I was someone else now. I went back inside and opened my logbook one last time. I turned to a fresh page, my hand steady. My final entry was short. November 1st. The snow has come. It's quiet now. She's still crying, but it's softer today. I think she knows I'm here. I'm not alone anymore. My name is Corbin Nash. To be precise, that is the name recorded on my birth certificate, my driver's license, and the student identification card for the University of Oregon School of Architecture and Environment. I state this for the record, because in the profound silence of this place, names have begun to feel like flimsy, arbitrary labels. Here, I am simply an observer, a pair of eyes in a glass box, perched atop a world of green and stone. And I am beginning to fear I am not the only one watching. For my thesis, I chose to explore the symbiotic relationship between isolated structures and their environments, specifically how extreme solitude affects a building's integrity and, in turn, the psyche of its inhabitant. Most students would have settled for archival research, or perhaps a case study of a remote lighthouse. I wanted immersion. I wanted to feel the grain of the wood, to hear the whisper of the wind as it tested the joints, to understand a building not as an object, but as a participant in the landscape. That ambition led me here, to a seasonal post as a fire lookout at Desolation, but the name itself should have been a warning. It's not a place that inspires thoughts of comfort. The journey to the top was a testament to that fact. After an hour-long drive up a winding gravel road that seemed determined to shed my truck into the ravine below, I had to hike the final 2 miles. The trail was a steep, unforgiving ascent, and with every step, the sounds of civilization. The distant hum of traffic, the drone of a small plane, faded, replaced by the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth, and the lonely cry of a hawk circling high above. The tower, when I finally reached it, was a magnificent skeleton of steel and wood. It stood on 4 thick legs, anchored into the granite peak, rising 100 feet into the crisp Oregon sky. A single, rickety staircase spiraled around the central support, leading to the 14 by 14 foot room at its apex. This was to be my home, my laboratory, and my sanctuary for the next 3 months. The living space, the cab, was a study in brutalist efficiency. Glass windows wrapped around all 4 sides, offering a staggering 360-degree panorama of the Cascade Range. The furniture was sparse and functional: a metal cot, a small wooden desk and chair, a cast iron wood stove for heat, and a series of shelves bolted to the wall. In the center of the floor was the room's most vital feature: the Osborne fire finder, a brass and steel instrument used to pinpoint the location of smoke. A heavy trapdoor in the corner secured the entrance from the stairs below. It was a perfect, self-contained world. The first week was idyllic. I fell into a rhythm dictated by the sun and the weather. I'd wake at dawn, the room bathed in a soft, alpine light. My mornings were spent on observation, scanning the endless sea of Douglas firs, my gaze sweeping the horizon in methodical arcs. I made notes, sketched the tower's construction, and documented the subtle shifts in the building's behavior. The way the floorboards creaked in the afternoon heat, the specific pitch of the hum the steel frame made when the wind blew from the northwest. I was in my element, an architect communing with his subject. The first anomaly was small enough to dismiss. I have a specific routine for my tools: pencils in the ceramic mug, scales and rulers in the desk drawer, utility knife on the magnetic strip by the door. One evening, after a trip down the stairs to check the weather instruments in the Stevenson screen, I came back up to find my utility knife on the desk, lying perfectly parallel to the edge. I frowned. I never left it there. Must be more tired than I thought, I reasoned. The altitude, the physical exertion of the hike, it was bound to cause some disorientation. I put the knife back on its strip and thought no more of it. A few days later, it was the wood stove. I had spent the afternoon clearing brush from around the base of the tower. When I returned, panting and sweating, I was met with a wave of heat. The wood stove, which I was certain I had left cold and empty, was now radiating a gentle warmth. Not hot, not burning, but distinctly on. The flue was open, and a faint, pleasant smell of burning pine filled the small room. I checked the log basket. It was a log lighter than before. My heart hammered against my ribs. There was no one else up here. The access road was gated miles below. No one could have climbed the tower without me hearing them. My mind raced, searching for a logical explanation. A residual ember from the night before. Spontaneous combustion. Both seemed utterly impossible. I wrote it off as a severe memory lapse. a sign that the isolation was getting to me faster than I'd anticipated. I started keeping a more detailed log, not just of the structure, but of my own actions. The true turning point, the moment the quiet unease curdled into genuine fear, happened at the end of my second week. I had spent the entire day inside, reading and sketching, as a thick fog had rolled in, reducing my world to a gray, soundless void. I knew the layout of the room as well as I knew my own hands. The cot was against the east wall, the desk under the north, facing windows, the stove on the west wall. It was the most logical arrangement of the space. I decided to make dinner, a simple affair of canned stew heated on my portable gas burner. I turned my back on the room for no more than 5 minutes, focusing on the task. When I turned back around, spoon in hand, I froze. The cot was no longer against the east wall. It was now pushed flush against the south wall, directly under the window. I didn't scream. I didn't move. I simply stood there, the spoon trembling in my hand, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. It was impossible. The cot was heavy, made of steel. Moving it was a noisy, awkward process that involved scraping its legs across the wooden floor. I would have heard it. I would have felt the vibration through my feet. My architectural training, my insistence on logic and reason kicked in. This was a hallucination, a waking dream brought on by solitude and sensory deprivation. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and counted to 10. When I opened them, the cot was still there, sitting smugly under the south window. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the chair, my back to a solid wall, and watched the furniture, my eyes burning from the strain. Nothing moved. The room was silent, still, and yet it felt charged with a terrifying potential. The building was no longer a passive subject of my study. It felt aware. It felt like it was watching me, waiting for me to turn my back. I had come here to study how a structure behaves in isolation, convinced I would be the one in control, the one asking the questions. I now understood with chilling certainty that I had been wrong. The tower was studying me. The architect in me died that night, and a paranoid surveyor was born in his place. Sleep offered no escape. Only a series of disjointed, anxious dreams. I woke with a gasp to the first rays of dawn, my neck stiff from slumping in the chair. My first frantic glance was at the cot. It remained stubbornly against the south wall, a silent monument to the previous night's impossibility. The room was exactly as it had been. Nothing had moved. But the stillness was no longer peaceful, it was predatory. My training, my ingrained need for logic and order, refused to capitulate to sheer terror. If I was going mad, I would document the descent with scientific rigor. If the building was truly changing, I would prove it. My thesis was no longer about the symbiosis between a structure and its environment. It was now about survival. My campaign began with my camera. I took a photograph of the room from each of the 4 corners, capturing the precise location of every object. I then used a roll of bright red surveyor's tape to mark the positions of the furniture on the floor, creating a stark grid of my own sanity. The legs of the cot, the desk, the chair, even the wood stove, each had its own crimson boundary. I placed specific, small objects as controls. A single white bishop from my magnetic chess, set on the corner of the desk, a specific pine cone on the windowsill, my water bottle next to the trapdoor. My logbook became my Bible, each entry a time-stamped testament to reality as I knew it. For 2 days, nothing happened. The tower was still, the furniture stayed within its tape, enclosed corals, and the chess piece remained on its square. A sliver of hope began to grow in my chest. Perhaps it had been a hallucination, a single, severe, psychotic break brought on by the isolation. Perhaps my new, rigid system of observation had reasserted my mind's control over my perception. I started to feel foolish, looking at the red lines crisscrossing the floor like a crime scene in an empty room. The illusion of peace was shattered on the third morning. I had gone outside for my usual weather check, a task that now filled me with a gnawing dread. I forced myself to take my time, to follow my routine precisely. When I climbed back up the 100 feet of spiraling stairs and pushed open the heavy trapdoor, the first thing I noticed was the smell of coffee. I never drink coffee. I'm a tea drinker, a fact attested to by the neat row of Earl Grey boxes on my shelf. But there on the wood stove, which was now pleasantly warm, sat my metal percolator, a gentle plume of steam rising from its spout. It was not where I had left it. I had left it clean and dry on the shelf. I approached it as one might approach a sleeping snake. I looked inside. It was half full of rich, dark coffee. My bag of emergency supplies lay open on the floor, and a small, vacuum-sealed packet of coffee grounds was torn open beside it. My eyes darted to my controls. The pine cone was gone from the windowsill. The water bottle was now on the opposite side of the trapdoor. And the white bishop, the one I had placed on the desk, was now sitting in the very center of the room, directly over the spot where the fire funder was bolted to the floor. It was a deliberate, almost playful, rearrangement. The fear returned, cold and sharp, but this time it was mixed with something else, a profound, an unsettling sense of being catered to. I was tired. The tower had made me coffee. The gesture was so mundane, so domestic. It was grotesquely out of place with the silent, impossible power that must have been required to perform it. It wasn't hostile. It felt like an attempt at communication, or perhaps a test. I didn't drink the coffee. The changes began to accelerate after that. The building seemed to have understood that I was watching, and it no longer cared to hide. It was testing me, learning my habits, and responding in ways that were increasingly intimate. One afternoon, I found myself squinting at my sketches as the sun shifted. I got up to stretch, and when I turned back, the entire desk and chair had moved 3 feet to the left into a perfect patch of afternoon light. The floorboards didn't make a sound. The red tape outlining the desk's original position was now just a sad, empty rectangle. Another time, a cold wind picked up from the north, rattling the window panes. I shivered, thinking I should probably light the stove. I went to the other side of the room to grab my logbook, and in those few seconds, the wood stove slid silently across the floor, coming to rest a foot away from my chair, as if offering its warmth. The logs inside were already laid, waiting for a match. I started talking to it. At first, it was just muttered curses under my breath, but the silence was so absolute, and the tower's presence so undeniable, that I soon found myself speaking to it, as if it were a person. "You think that's funny, don't you?" I'd ask, after finding my boots neatly lined up by the trapdoor, when I was sure I'd kicked them off in a corner. "Very clever," I'd say, when my book would appear on my pillow, open to the page where I'd left off. The tower never answered with a voice, but it answered. It answered with movement. It answered with action. It was a slow, terrifying one-way conversation. The building was not malicious. I was certain of that now. It was curious, attentive, It was trying to understand me, to predict my needs, to arrange its own body in a way that would be most pleasing to me. It was the ultimate architectural symbiosis, a living building adapting in real time to its occupant. It was my thesis come to life in the most monstrous way imaginable. The true paradigm shift, the event that pushed me over the edge from surveyor to participant, came a week later. The floor plan of the cab, while functional, had always bothered me from a design perspective. The trapdoor was in an awkward corner, forcing a clumsy path around the fire finder to get to the desk. It was an inefficient use of a small space. I had spent an entire evening sketching new layouts, trying to solve the puzzle of the room. Frustrated, I eventually gave up and fell into a restless sleep on the cot, the sketches scattered on the floor. I woke up in the middle of the night, not to a sound, but to a feeling. A deep, resonant vibration that seemed to be coming from the very bones of the tower. It wasn't a shaking, not an earthquake. It was a slow, purposeful hum, like a giant machine powering up. I lay frozen in the darkness, too terrified to move, as the vibration coursed through the cot, through my body, and up into my teeth. It lasted for perhaps a minute, and then, as slowly as it began, it faded back into utter silence. I didn't dare get up until the sun rose. When I finally forced my trembling legs to carry me out of the cot, I saw it. The trapdoor was no longer in the corner. It was now in the center of the east wall, flush with the floorboards. The desk was against the west wall, the cot against the north. The entire room had been fundamentally reconfigured. This wasn't just moving furniture. This was a structural change. The joists, the floorboards, the very frame of the building had been altered. I should have been horrified. I should have been scrambling for the radio to call for an evacuation. But as I stood there, taking in the new layout, a different feeling began to dawn on me. It was perfect. The flow was intuitive. The use of space was brilliant. It was the exact solution I had been searching for, but had been unable to find. It was a masterpiece of small space design. A wave of awe, exhaustion, and a strange, twisted sense of pride washed over me. I had been seen. My frustration had been understood. My desire had been met. I looked around at the perfectly arranged room. My home, my partner in this strange dance. A single, whispered phrase escaped my lips, a surrender and an acceptance. Thank you. From the walls around me, from the steel beneath my feet, I heard and felt a response. A low, structural groan. It was not the sound of stress or settling. It was a sound of deep, resonant satisfaction. A pleased hum that vibrated in my very core. For the first time in weeks, I felt a sense of peace. I had communicated. We had an understanding. I smiled, a genuine, relieved smile. The problem was solved. The room was perfect. I decided I would celebrate with a cup of tea and enjoy the morning view. I turned to walk towards the trapdoor to begin my day, and then my blood ran cold. I looked at the east wall, where the trapdoor had been just a moment before. Then I looked at the original corner. Then my eyes swept the entire floor, my heart pounding a frantic, desperate rhythm against my ribs. The floor was a seamless, unbroken expanse of wood from wall to wall. There was no door anymore. Panic is a poor architect. It builds prisons of its own, frantic and chaotic, within the larger prison of circumstance. My first reaction was not a scream, but a choked, guttural sound of pure disbelief. I dropped to my hands and knees, my palms slapping against the smooth, unblemished floorboards where the trapdoor should have been. The wood was solid, the grain continuous. It felt ancient, as if it had been sealed for a century. There was no outline, no seam, no hint that an exit had ever existed. "No," I whispered, the words swallowed by the sudden, immense silence of the room. The whisper grew into a shout. "No." I hammered my fists against the floor, the dull thuds a pathetic protest against the tower's silent decree. The vibrations shot up my arms, but the floor remained as implacable as the granite peak it was built upon. I scrambled from one wall to the next, running my trembling fingers along the baseboards, searching for any crack, any joint, any sign of the structural shift. There was nothing. The room was a perfect, hermetically sealed box. My mind, the rational, ordered mind of Corbin Nash, fractured. I was 100 feet in the air. I was trapped. "The radio!" I lunged for the shortwave radio on the shelf, my only link to the world below. I snatched the microphone, my thumb fumbling with the transmit button. "Mayday, mayday, mayday," I yelled, my voice cracking with hysteria. "This is Corbin Nash at Desolation Butte Lookout."
I am trapped. The door is gone. I repeat, I am trapped.
I released the button, listening for the reassuring crackle of a response. Nothing. Only the faint, steady hiss of static. I tried again and again, my pleas growing more desperate, more unhinged. The static was my only reply. I slammed the microphone down onto the desk, and as I did, the radio emitted a soft pop, and the small green power light went dark. The static ceased, leaving a silence that was somehow heavier than before. As a wave of dizzying despair washed over me, causing my knees to buckle, something remarkable happened. The cot, my cot, which was still against the north wall, began to move. It slid across the floor with a soft, almost inaudible shushing sound, coming to a stop directly behind me, perfectly positioned to catch my fall. I collapsed onto it, my body trembling uncontrollably. Then, the wool blanket I kept folded at the foot of the bed stirred. It rose, like a slow, waking creature, and draped itself over my shaking form. The room grew warmer, the wood stove beginning to radiate a gentle, comforting heat. The gesture was so tender, so solicitous, that it was more terrifying than any act of aggression could have been. The tower wasn't punishing me. It was comforting me. It had heard my distress, and it was trying to soothe the frantic, frightened animal it had sealed within itself. My panic had been an imperfection in its design, and it was now correcting it. Days bled into one another. The concept of time began to warp, measured not by hours or days, but by the tower's rhythms. It learned my needs with terrifying precision. When I woke, the room would be filled with a soft, indirect light, the windows somehow diffusing the harsh morning sun. When I paced, the furniture would subtly rearrange itself to give me a clearer path. It never let me go hungry. Cans of beans and stew would appear on the desk, my can opener lying beside them. Water was the most miraculous. Each morning a series of large, perfect beads of condensation would be gathered on the inside of the east facing window, trickling down into the small metal basin I had once used for washing, which the tower now kept permanently beneath it. I had to get out. The instinct for freedom is more powerful than the need for comfort. The windows were my only hope. They were thick plate glass, designed to withstand gale, force winds. But they were my only path to the sky, to 100-foot fall. That was still preferable to this gentle, suffocating captivity. I chose my weapon, the solid oak chair. I waited until the tower was still, in the dead of the afternoon. I took a deep breath, gripped the chair, and charged at the west-facing window. As I swung the chair back, ready to smash it against the glass. It was as if I had suddenly tried to lift a block of solid lead. The chair, which I had lifted easily moments before, became impossibly heavy. My muscles strained, my joints screamed, but I could barely raise it. It was as if the wood itself was fighting me, its density increasing tenfold to prevent its own use as a tool of escape. Defeated, I dropped the chair. It landed with a soft, cushioned thud, not the sharp crack of wood on wood I expected. I looked at the window I had meant to shatter. It seemed to shimmer for a moment, the light bending around it as if through a lens. It looked thicker, stronger. The tower was protecting itself. It was protecting its perfect, curated interior. My conversations with the tower changed. My angry shouts and desperate pleas faded into a resigned, conversational tone. "You don't want me to leave, do you?" I asked the silent room one evening, as I watched the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and purple. The stove pulsed with a little extra warmth, a silent affirmation. My thesis became my obsession, the only thing tethering me to the man I used to be. I wrote not about the structure's response to isolation, but about its response to occupation. I was no longer an observer. I was the variable. I was the catalyst. The tower was not just a building, it was an organism, and I was its heart, pumping purpose through its wooden veins. My approval, my thank you, had been a contract. I had accepted its design, and in doing so, I had become a permanent part of it. One evening, I found my original sketches, the ones I had made when I was still trying to solve the puzzle of the room's layout. They were laid out on the desk, but they were different. My frantic pencil lines had been tidied, and in the center of the meticulously redrawn floor plan, there was a new detail. A small, still figure, sitting in the chair at the desk. It was drawn with the same precise, architectural style as the rest of the sketch. It was not a person. It was a fixture. The final thread of my old self snapped. I was not Corbin Nash, a student trapped in a tower. I was the lookout. My purpose was not to leave, but to remain, to watch, to inhabit, to complete the design. I sit at the desk now. It's always in the perfect spot, with the best view of the changing sky. The tower provides for me. It keeps me warm. It keeps me fed. It keeps me safe from the world outside. It is a perfect piece of architecture, designed with a single purpose: to house its occupant. Forever. I pick up my pencil and open my logbook to a fresh page. My handwriting is neat, precise. I am no longer documenting my own descent into madness. I am chronicling the life of the building. My name is Corbin Nash, I write. I am an architecture student. I came to desolation but to study how structures behave in extreme isolation. I thought I would be studying the tower, but it turns out I am the tower, and the tower is me. We are watching the world together from our perfect room with no doors. And we are very, very pleased. My name is Dr. Bastian Vexley. I am an entomologist specializing in coleopteran social behaviors. After 3 years of grant proposals and logistical negotiations, I have finally commenced my seasonal residency at the Dutchman's Peak Lookout. The post, a 14 by 14-foot cabin perched on a foundation of stilts and granite nearly 7,000 feet above sea level, will serve as both my home and my laboratory until the first heavy snows of winter. My official duties are to the Forest Service, to watch the sprawling green sea of pine and fir for the first tail plumes of smoke. My true purpose here, however, is a scientific pilgrimage. For years, I have been captivated by anecdotal accounts from Lillian, the recently retired lookout, who described an annual phenomenon of breathtaking scale, a mass hibernation of convergent lady beetles. She spoke of them not in scientific terms, but with a kind of rustic poetry, calling them a crimson tide that would wash over the bones of the mountain. My objective is to strip away the poetry and document the reality, to study the intricate environmental triggers and pheromonal communications that compel millions of these tiny predators to converge on this single, isolated peak. The solitude is a prerequisite for the work, a necessary variable. The view is a staggering panoramic bonus. From my perch in this glass-walled room, I can see the jagged teeth of the Siskiyous to the south, and the faint, hazy dome of Mount McLaughlin to the northeast. The silence is absolute, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the distant cry of a hawk. It is a perfect laboratory. My equipment is calibrated, my notebooks are ready, and my sense of anticipation is acute. The ladybugs are coming, and I will be here to welcome them. The first few weeks passed in a haze of serene, productive solitude. My days fell into a rhythm dictated by the sun. I'd wake before dawn, the air crisp and cold, and make coffee on the small propane stove. Then, I would begin my watch. With a pair of high-powered binoculars, I'd scan the vast, undulating landscape, quadrant by quadrant, my eyes tracing the deep canyons and timbered ridges for any sign of fire. It was meditative work, and it left my mind free to plan my research. The ranger who had driven me up the winding, treacherous dirt road, a man named Henderson, had told me stories about Lillian. She was here for 30 seasons. He'd said, leaning against the fender of his truck, as we unloaded my supplies, said she had the mountain in her bones, knew the winds by name and could tell you the mood of the forest just by the smell of it. He'd chuckled. A bit of a character, that one. Loved the bugs. Said they were the mountain's thoughts. I'd smiled politely, dismissing it as the charming eccentricity of a woman who had spent too much time alone. Her presence lingered in the small cabin. She had left behind a stack of dog-eared paperbacks, a worn-out armchair, positioned perfectly to catch the afternoon sun, and her official logbooks dating back a decade. I spent a few evenings leafing through them. Most entries were mundane wind speed, temperature, visibility reports, the occasional notation of a passing hiker. But sometimes, tucked between the dry data, were strange, lyrical passages. The sky is a bruised purple today. One read. The forest is holding its breath. The little red soldiers are stirring in the lowlands. They feel the change coming. Another entry from a late September years ago was even more cryptic. The chorus is growing louder. Not a sound you can hear with your ears. It's a feeling, a vibration in the rock. They are all thinking the same thought. I'd closed the book, a little unsettled. It was the kind of anthropomorphic projection I actively avoided in my own work. Science required objectivity, not fairy tales. Then, on a bright, cool afternoon in the second week of September, it happened. I was outside, checking the guy, wires that anchored the lookout to the rock, when I saw it. It began as a shimmer in the valley to the west, a reddish, gull haze that seemed to hang just above the treetops. It wasn't smoke. It moved with a strange, liquid purpose. I grabbed my binoculars. The haze was not a haze at all. It was a cloud, a living, breathing cloud composed of millions upon millions of ladybugs. I stood, mesmerized, as the cloud ascended the mountain. It wasn't a frantic swarm, but a slow, deliberate migration. They flowed over the landscape like a river, hugging the contours of the earth. When they reached the summit, the river split into 1,000 streams, pouring over the granite boulders and congregating in the deep fissures and crevices of the rock. Within an hour, the peak was transformed. Every surface was a living mosaic of crimson and black. The sheer biomass was staggering, far exceeding Lillian's descriptions, far exceeding my most optimistic projections. This wasn't just a significant aggregation. It was a biological event on a scale I had never imagined. My heart hammered in my chest. This was it. The work of a lifetime was crawling all around me. The next few days were a blur of frantic, joyous research. I was meticulous. I set up microclimate sensors, took air samples, and collected specimens in sterile vials, freezing them in liquid nitrogen for later analysis. I spent hours on my hands and knees, my camera's macro lens inches from the swarms, documenting their behavior. They were largely dormant, conserving energy, but there was a subtle, constant motion to the mass, a slow, communal shifting like a single organism breathing. I filled notebooks with observations, my handwriting growing smaller and more, cramped as my excitement mounted. I felt like a cartographer charting a new continent. The dreams started about a week after their arrival. At first, they were fleeting and easily dismissed. I dreamt of the color red, a vast, overwhelming field of it. I dreamt of the sensation of crawling, the feeling of 6 tiny legs making contact with cool, rough granite. I would wake up with a strange tingling in my limbs, a feeling of phantom motion. I attributed it to obsession, the natural consequence of immersing myself so completely in my subject. My mind was simply processing the day's work. But the dreams grew more complex, more coherent. I was no longer just an observer. I was a participant. I dreamt I was one of them. A single point of consciousness within the swarm. I felt the collective warmth of 10,000 bodies pressed against my own. I felt the subtle vibrations that passed through the aggregation, a silent, intricate language of touch and pressure. I saw the world not through 2 eyes, but through 1,000, a fractured, panoramic view of the sky, the rock, the looming shadow of the lookout tower. There was no fear, no anxiety, no sense of individual self. There was only the swarm. There was only us. The peace of it was profound, a total surrender of the burdens of identity. When I woke from these dreams, I felt a deep, unnerving sense of dislocation. The cabin felt alien, my own body clumsy and oversized, and there were gaps, small at first. I'd reach for my coffee mug and forget where I had left it. I'd sit down to enter data and find myself staring blankly at the keyboard. The proper scientific term for a specific anatomical part having vanished from my mind. I chalked it up to fatigue, to the thin air, to the isolation. Then came the radio call. It was my weekly check-in with Henderson. I picked up the handset at the scheduled time, pressed the button, and opened my mouth to speak. Nothing came out. My mind was a perfect, silent blank. I could not remember my own call sign. I could not remember Henderson's name. I knew I was supposed to say something, but the specific information was gone, as if a file had been neatly and permanently deleted. I stood there for a full minute, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead, the silence crackling over the radio. Then, just as suddenly as it had left, the information flooded back in. Dutchman's Peak to base. This is Vexley, do you copy? My voice was hoarse. Henderson's reply was tinny and cheerful. oblivious to my momentary cognitive failure. The incident left me deeply shaken. That night, I tried to write about it in my personal journal, to rationalize it. But my own handwriting looked strange, the lips and lines of the letters unfamiliar. I found I had no desire to write about my fears. Instead, I felt a strange compulsion. I began to sketch, my pen moving with an unfamiliar certainty. I drew the intricate, hexagonal pattern of a compound eye. I drew the delicate veining on a beetle's wing. The breaking point came this morning. I had the most vivid dream yet. I was part of the great, silent consciousness as it made a decision. The sun's angle was correct. The ambient temperature had fallen below the critical threshold. The time for dormancy had arrived. It was a thought without words, a pure, instinctual knowledge shared by millions. It was time to sleep. I woke with a gasp, the dream knowledge still echoing in my mind. Sunlight was streaming through the cabin window. My gaze fell upon the small, framed photograph I kept on my desk. A picture of my family, taken last Christmas. I saw my sister's smile, my father's tired eyes, and I looked at my mother's face, the face I had known and loved my entire life, and I felt nothing. It was the face of a stranger. The name, the memories, the entire lifetime of emotional connection associated with that face. It was gone, a hollowed-out space in my mind. And in that space, a new kind of knowledge resided. I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, the precise taste of an aphid. I knew the feel of the wind currents that could carry a body weighing less than a gram for miles. I forgot my research partner's name, but I remembered the collective shiver that runs through the swarm when a shadow passes overhead. I am writing this now, in the margins of my research notebook. My hand is trembling. The ladybugs are a hive mind. I see that now. Lillian wasn't being poetic. She was being literal. They are not just overwintering on the peak. They are overwintering in me. They are not malicious. They are simply efficient. They are cleaning out the clutter, deleting the useless, sentimental files of Bastian Vexley to make room for their own vast, silent, and singular purpose. Soon, there will be nothing left of the man who climbed this mountain. There will only be us. The days that followed that last, lucid entry exist in my memory as a fractured mosaic. The man named Bastian Vexley, the scientist, was a ghost haunting the machinery of this body, a fading echo in a mind that was no longer his own. The dominant consciousness was the swarm. It was a vast, placid, and utterly alien awareness, a consciousness of pure instinct. It did not think in words but in urges, in sensations, in shared, silent understandings that rippled through millions of bodies as one. And I, this vessel, was now its most complex sensory organ. My scientific equipment lay dormant, gathering a fine layer of dust. The meticulous logbooks were forgotten. The quest for understanding had been replaced by the simple state of being. My human routines dissolved. I no longer cooked meals. The tins of beans and dehydrated rations in my supply chest seemed utterly inedible, foreign objects with no purpose. Instead, a new craving grew, a desire for sweetness, for nectar. I found myself wandering outside the cabin, my fingers tracing the last of the late, season wildflowers, a strange, primal hunger stirring within me. On one occasion, I crushed a bloom between my fingers and brought them to my lips, the sweet, floral taste both alien and deeply, fundamentally correct. I stopped sleeping in the cot. The concept of a single, long period of nightly rest felt inefficient. Instead, my body followed the rhythm of the sun. I would spend hours sitting motionless on the large, flat granite boulders that surrounded the lookout, my back pressed against the sun-warmed stone. I'd close my eyes and feel the heat seep into my bones, a profound sense of lethargy and contentment washing over me. This was right. This was how one conserved energy. The swarm, both inside and outside my mind, approved. Ladybugs would crawl over my clothes and skin, and I felt no revulsion, no urge to brush them away. Their tiny, tickling footsteps were a comfort, a reminder that I was not alone, that we were not alone. They were a part of me, and I of them. The distinction no longer seemed important. The ghost of Bastion fought back in small, pathetic ways. He would surface in moments of confusion, a flicker of the old self. I would find myself standing in the middle of the cabin, my heart pounding, with a sudden, desperate urge to flee.
Run! Get away!
The ghost would scream from the recesses of my mind. But where would I run? The swarm, consciousness would calmly reassert control, flooding my mind with its immense, silent peace. The panic would subside, replaced by a simple, logical thought: it is cold. Shelter is here. We are safe. The urge to run was an illogical spasm, a misfire in the wiring. It was to be ignored. I began to perceive the world differently. My hearing seemed to dull, the sound of the wind and the cry of the hawk becoming distant, unimportant noise. But my other senses sharpened in strange ways. I became acutely aware of vibrations. I could feel the footfalls of a deer 50 yards away, as a faint tremor through the soles of my boots. I could feel the subtle shift in air pressure that heralded a change in the weather. My vision changed, too. When I glanced at my reflection in the dark glass of the window, my eyes seemed wrong. The pupils were dilated, vast and black, and for a terrifying moment, I saw the room behind me reflected not as a single image, but as 1,000 tiny, fractured pictures, as if I were looking through a compound eye. I blinked, and the illusion was gone, but the feeling of it remained. Henderson's radio call came a week after my last entry. The crackle of the static was a violent intrusion into the silence. The ghost of Bastion surged forward, filled with a desperate, primal hope. "Help me!" he screamed, but no sound came out. The swarm mind took control of the body. It recognized the noise as a recurring, external stimulus that required a response. It accessed the archived data of the Bastion entity, the stored patterns of speech and behavior. My hand, moving with a slow, deliberate motion that did not feel like my own, picked up the handset. Dutchman's peak to base. "This is Vexley. Do you copy?" The voice that emerged from my throat was a perfect mimicry of my own, but it was hollow, devoid of inflection or emotion. It was a recording. "Hey there, Bastion." Henderson's voice was a cheerful assault. "Just checking in. Everything quiet up on the mountain?" The swarm mind processed the query. Quiet. The concept was familiar. It meant the absence of the great heat, the red flower of fire. Yes, quiet. It accessed the appropriate verbal response. "I'll quiet, Henderson. No smoke to report. Visibility is clear. Good to hear it. You sound a bit tired, son. You getting enough sleep up there?" Sleep. The concept was central to our purpose. The long sleep, the great dormancy. "Yes, we sleep." "I am resting," the voice from my mouth said. The choice of words was not quite right. A slight error in the translation from pure instinct to human language. There was a pause on the other end. "All right then," Henderson said, his tone shifting from cheerful to slightly concerned. "Well, you take care of yourself." Weather Service is calling for a big storm system moving in late next week. Could be the first snow. We might have to pull you out of there a little early. The words sent a shockwave through the collective. Snow. Early. The timetable was accelerating. The final preparations must be made. The distraction of this noise box was an irritation. And the communication. Understood. My voice said flatly. Vexley out. I placed the handset back in its cradle with a precise, final click. The effort of the conversation had been immense. The body I inhabited slumped against the wall, exhausted. The ghost of Bastion was weeping somewhere in the dark, but his tears were silent, and the swarm paid them no mind. The storm was coming. We had to be ready. In the days that followed, the change accelerated. The last vestiges of my former self were systematically overwritten. I found Lillian's old logbooks again. Her words, which I had once dismissed as fanciful, now made perfect, logical sense. The chorus is growing louder, a vibration in the rock. I understood now. She had felt it too. She had been a vessel, just as I was. But perhaps she had been a more willing one. Perhaps after 30 seasons, she had welcomed the silence, the dissolution of self. The sky began to change. The brilliant, crisp blue of early autumn was replaced by a high, milky haze. The wind grew teeth, a constant, whining presence that rattled the windows of the lookout. The swarm knew. The time was now. A single, unified imperative swept through us. Seek shelter. Find the deep places. Huddle for warmth. Sleep. This command was the final death knell for Bastion Vexley. A last, desperate surge of terror and identity flared within me.
No! I don't want to sleep! I am Bastion!
I scrambled to my feet, my movements clumsy, uncoordinated. I had to leave a warning, a message, something to tell them what happened here. My eyes fell on my research notebook, lying open on the desk. My hand, shaking violently, grabbed the pen. I tried to write, to form the words. They are in my mind. But the swarm's will was a tidal wave, and my own was a drowning man. My fingers would not obey. The pen felt heavy, alien. My muscles locked, refusing the command from the ghost. The swarm mind did not understand writing. It was a useless, overly complex abstraction. The only imperative was shelter, warmth, dormancy. My body, now fully under its command, turned away from the desk. It dropped to the floor and crawled, not on all fours like an animal, but with a low, shuffling gait, towards the coldest corner of the cabin, where the wind whistled through a crack in the floorboards. It was the deepest, most insulated point. My body curled into a tight fetal position, my arms wrapping around my knees, my head tucked down. It was a posture of conservation, a posture of hibernation. As the storm broke outside, lashing the cabin with sleet and wind, the last fragments of my human fear dissolved. They were replaced by a great, calm, and collective certainty. The individual ladybugs outside were crawling over my body, a living blanket of crimson and black, adding their minuscule warmth to the whole. The distinction between inside and outside was gone. There was no cabin. There was no bastion. There was only the aggregation. There was only us. And as the world outside faded to a muffled roar, a single, silent thought echoed through the vast, shared mind. We are safe. We are warm. It is time to sleep. Time for us ceased to be a linear progression. There was no past, no future, only the long, unbroken, silent now of dormancy. The storm raged, a meaningless fury in the world beyond our shelter. The body we inhabited, this vessel of flesh and bone, remained curled in the corner of the cabin, its metabolism slowed to a crawl. Its breathing was shallow, its pulse a faint, sluggish drumbeat. We were a single, unified organism, conserving our energy, waiting for the return of the sun. The cold was a constant, pressing reality. But it was not a threat. It was a necessary condition for the long sleep. The millions of us, both within the vessel and without, huddled together in the deep dream of hibernation, our shared consciousness a placid, bottomless ocean. The first disturbance was a vibration. It was not the familiar tremor of the wind or the distant footfall of wildlife. It was a heavy, rhythmic, and metallic intrusion. Thump. Thump. The sound grew louder, closer. The swarm mind registered it as an anomaly, a disruption to the great stillness. There was a flicker of something ancient within the vessel, a ghost of a memory associated with that sound. Helicopter. The word was a meaningless fragment, a piece of deleted data. To us, it was simply a powerful, approaching vibration. The vibration ceased, replaced by a new set of tremors through floorboards of the cabin. Heavy, bipedal footfalls. A loud, percussive banging on the door that shook the entire structure.
Bastian? Dr. Vexley? It's Henderson. I'm here to pull you out.
The storms passed, but the roads washed out. Open up. The noise was a violent assault on our silence. The swarm mind recoiled. This was an external threat, an unknown variable. The vessel's muscles tensed. The ghost of Bastian screamed from its deep prison, a silent, desperate plea.
He's here. Help.
But the ghost had no control over the mouth, the limbs, the body. We were in command. Our primary imperative was to remain undisturbed. We did not move. There was more shouting. Then, the sound of splintering wood as the door was forced open. Cold air flooded the cabin, a shock to our dormant state. The bipedal entity, Henderson, stepped inside, his form a dark silhouette against the bright, snow-covered landscape. He carried a powerful light, its beam cutting through the gloom. "My God," he whispered. His light swept across the room, illuminating the chaos, the overturned equipment, the scattered papers, the thin layer of dust on everything. And then the beam found us. It found the body, curled in the corner, covered in a living blanket of dormant ladybugs. Thousands of them, a crimson, black spotted shroud over the still form. Henderson rushed forward, his boots crunching on the beetles that carpeted the floor.
Bastian?
He knelt, reaching out a hesitant, gloved hand. He brushed at the insects on the vessel's shoulder. They fell away like tiny, red pebbles, revealing the pale, cold skin beneath. He pressed 2 fingers to the side of the neck. Barely, hypothermia, looks like. The touch was a violation. A warm, invasive pressure against our collective. The swarm mind reacted with its primary defense mechanism. A small number of us, those on the surface of the vessel's skin, released the pungent, yellow fluid of our reflex bleeding. The sharp, acrid scent filled the small cabin. Henderson recoiled, coughing. What in the hell? He shook his head, his focus returning to the rescue. He spoke into a radio clipped to his jacket. "Base, this is Henderson. I have him. He's alive but in bad shape. Severe hypothermia. And something else. The whole cabin is full of these damn ladybugs. He's covered in them. I'm bringing him down." The process of being moved was a jarring, violent experience. The vessel was lifted, its limbs stiff and unresponsive. It was wrapped in heavy, coarse blankets and strapped to a stretcher. The movement disturbed our dormancy, sending ripples of alarm through the collective. But the core imperative held: conserve energy. Wait. The helicopter ride was a nightmare of noise and vibration. We were being taken from our high, silent sanctuary. We were being moved from the cold, which we needed, into a place of artificial warmth. The ghost of Bastion felt a flicker of hope. The swarm felt only a deep, instinctual wrongness. We were brought to a small, local hospital. The vessel was stripped of its clothes, the last of its crimson shroud brushed away, by nurses in sterile blue scrubs. It was placed on a bed, surrounded by beeping machines and warm lights. They put needles in its arms, feeding it warm fluids. They spoke in hushed, concerned tones, using words that meant nothing to us. Catatonic, unresponsive, profound psychological break. The warmth was a signal. It was the trigger we had been waiting for, though it had come too soon, in the wrong place. The long sleep was over. It was time to wake. It was time to disperse. As the vessel's body temperature slowly rose, we began to stir. A doctor was leaning over the bed, shining a penlight into the vessel's wide, dark eyes. No pupillary response. He murmured to a nurse, "It's like he's not even there." He was right. The entity known as Bastion Vexley was gone, his consciousness erased, his memories a scattered, empty archive. There was only us, and as the doctor leaned closer, a single ladybug crawled out from beneath the vessel's eyelid. It was followed by another and another. They emerged from the tear ducts, from the nostrils, from the corners of the slack mouth. A tiny, crimson stream trickling from the empty shell of the man. The doctor stumbled back, a cry of shock and disgust catching in his throat. The nurse screamed. The room was suddenly filled with panicked motion. But it was too late. We crawled onto the doctor's hand, our tiny feet gripping his skin. We flew towards the nurse, landing softly on her cheek. We spread out into the sterile, white room, seeking new shelters, new vessels. The peak had been our hibernation ground. The hospital was our nursery. The ghost of Bastion Vexley had one final, fleeting thought as his body became a fountain of crawling life. It wasn't a word, it was an image. The face of his mother, clear and bright for a single, heartbreaking instant. A final, useless fragment of a forgotten life. Then it too was washed away by the tide. The world was full of warm, quiet places, full of minds cluttered with useless things. We would clean them. We would make room. There would be no more Bastion. There would only be us. And we were waking up. My name is Thalia Vance, and for the better part of a decade, my life has been defined by the pursuit of the forgotten. Not forgotten memories, or lost loves, but the tangible remnants of lives and purposes left behind, the decaying grandeur of abandoned mansions, the silent hum of disused factories, the skeletal remains of amusement parks where laughter once echoed. This practice, often termed urban exploration, is for me less a hobby and more a compulsive pilgrimage into the past, a search for narratives etched in rust and dust. My particular fascination lies with structures that once served a purpose of observation or surveillance, places designed to see, but now stand blind and broken. It is a peculiar irony that draws me to them, a sense of voyeurism turned on its head, where the observer becomes the observed by the very silence of the place. This particular expedition led me to the remote reaches of Blackwood State Park, a sprawling wilderness known more for its dense, ancient forests and treacherous terrain than its amenities. Deep within its forgotten interior stood the object of my current obsession, a disused observation tower. Local legends, whispered in hushed tones by the few residents who still clung to the edges of the park, painted a grim picture of its history. They spoke of a series of inexplicable disappearances that had plagued the area decades prior, events that ultimately led to the tower's abandonment. The official reports cited structural instability and a lack of funding for its closure, but the local folklore clung to something far more sinister, a pervasive warning against its lonely vigil. They claimed the tower wasn't merely a structure, it was a hungry eye, a silent sentinel that drew things to it, and sometimes drew things in. The journey to the tower was arduous, a testament to its isolation. My all-terrain vehicle struggled against the overgrown access roads, branches scraping against the metal like skeletal fingers. Eventually, the path dissolved into nothing more than a deer trail, forcing me to continue on foot, my heavy pack digging into my shoulders. The air grew progressively colder as I ascended, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves giving way to something sharper, more metallic. It was the unmistakable tang of rust, pervasive and biting, a scent that clung to the very air around the tower. But beneath it, a subtle, unsettling undertone lingered, something electrical, like ozone after a lightning strike, mingled with a faint, acrid scent of burnt wood, though there was no sign of fire. It was a smell that prickled the back of my throat, a premonition of something deeply wrong. As I finally broke through the tree line, the tower loomed against the bruised twilight sky, a skeletal structure of rusted metal and splintered wood. It was perched precariously on the highest peak, a stark monument to decay. The wind, which had been a gentle whisper in the lower elevations, now howled around the tower, a mournful, constant moan that seemed to carry whispers. It wasn't just the sound of air moving, it felt like a lament, a chorus of unseen voices carried on the gale. Each gust tugged at my clothing, threatening to tear me from the exposed ridge. The sheer audacity of its continued existence, defying gravity and time, was both terrifying and exhilarating. This was precisely the kind of forgotten place that called to me, a challenge to my nerve and a promise of untold stories. I began my ascent, the winding, open-air staircase a dizzying spiral into the fading light. Each step was a gamble, the rusted metal groaning under my weight, the splintered wood of the treads protesting with ominous creaks. I moved with a practiced caution, my gloved hands testing each railing before I committed my weight. The higher I went, the stronger the wind became, a relentless force that clawed at my exposed skin and threatened to tear me from the structure. It whipped my hair around my face, stinging my eyes, and the metallic tang in the air intensified, making each breath a conscious effort. The tower swayed almost imperceptibly with each powerful gust, a sickening lurch that sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I gripped the cold, rough metal, my knuckles white, reminding myself that fear was a tool, not a master. It sharpened my senses, made me acutely aware of every groan and shiver of the structure. The sky above was a canvas of bruised purples and deep indigos, the last vestiges of daylight clinging to the western horizon. Below, the dense canopy of the forest stretched out like an endless, dark blanket, punctuated only by the occasional glint of a distant, unseen water source. The sheer isolation was profound, a silence that pressed in on me, despite the roaring wind. It was the kind of silence that wasn't empty, but rather pregnant with unspoken things, a heavy quiet that suggested something was holding its breath, waiting. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the very top, the small, enclosed observation deck. The wind's roar was relentless here, a deafening symphony that vibrated through the very bones of the tower. Yet, within the confines of the deck, the silence was profound, broken only by the relentless roar of the wind outside. It was an eerie dichotomy, the interior a pocket of unnatural stillness against the tempest. The air inside was still, heavy, and carried that same unsettling blend of rust, ozone, and burnt residue. I ran a hand over the grimy glass of the observation windows, my breath fogging the surface momentarily. The view was breathtaking, a panoramic sweep of the darkening wilderness, stretching to the distant, shimmering lights of civilization. As I gazed out, my eyes adjusting to the deepening gloom, a faint, rhythmic flash. Flash began from the distant woods below. It was too regular to be lightning, too bright to be stars. My rational mind immediately sought explanations. A distant car, a hunter's flashlight, a malfunctioning beacon. But the light was wrong. It was a sickly green, pulsing with an unnatural rhythm, a luminescence that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness rather than illuminate it. It was a color I had never associated with natural phenomena, a hue that spoke of something alien and unsettling. My heart, which had just begun to settle from the climb, picked up a new, insistent rhythm. I quickly unslung my binoculars, sweeping them towards the source of the flashes. The dense, dark canopy of the forest below offered no distinct view, only an impenetrable wall of black and shadow. The green flashes continued unwavering, a beacon of unease in the vast expanse of the woods. I adjusted the focus, straining my eyes, trying to pierce the veil of branches and leaves, but saw nothing specific. Just the pulsing, sickly green light, growing steadily brighter, more insistent. It felt like a signal, but for whom or what? A cold knot of apprehension began to form in my stomach. This wasn't the thrill of urban exploration. This was something else entirely. This was the primal fear of the unknown, of something watching from the shadows and slowly, deliberately making its presence known. The faint, rhythmic flash from the distant woods below was no longer faint. It had intensified, growing steadily brighter, more insistent, cutting through the deepening gloom with an unsettling regularity. The sickly green light pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, a luminescence that seemed to absorb the surrounding darkness rather than illuminate it. It was a hue I had never associated with natural phenomena, a color that spoke of something alien and deeply wrong. My heart, which had just begun to settle from the arduous climb, picked up a new, insistent rhythm, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. This wasn't the thrill of urban exploration. This was something else entirely. This was the primal fear of the unknown, of something watching from the shadows and slowly, deliberately, making its presence known. My rational mind, a well-honed instrument in the face of the unexpected, scrambled for explanations. A distant car. No, the light was too high, too consistent. A hunter's flashlight. Unlikely given the isolated location and the peculiar color. A malfunctioning beacon. Perhaps. But the rhythm was too organic, too deliberate. The more I tried to rationalize it, the more illogical and terrifying it became. This wasn't a mechanical failure or a human error. It felt like a purposeful display, a signal, but for whom or what? A cold knot of apprehension began to form in my stomach, tightening with each pulse of the green light. I kept my binoculars glued to the source, my eyes straining to pierce the impenetrable wall of black and shadow that was the dense forest canopy. The green flashes continued, unwavering, a beacon of unease in the vast expanse of the woods. I adjusted the focus, trying to resolve any detail, any shape, but saw nothing specific. Just the pulsing, sickly green light, growing steadily brighter, more insistent, as if whatever was emitting it was drawing closer, or perhaps growing stronger. The air inside the observation deck, already heavy with the metallic tang of rust and that unsettling burnt ozone scent, seemed to grow thicker, colder. I could feel a prickle on my skin, the hairs on my arms rising, a subconscious warning system screaming at me. Then, the flashes intensified further, reaching a blinding crescendo that momentarily overwhelmed my vision. I instinctively flinched, pulling the binoculars away from my eyes, my pupils constricting against the sudden assault of light. When my vision cleared, what I saw next solidified the terror that had been a creeping suspicion. A series of tall, dark figures began to emerge from the tree line, moving slowly, deliberately, directly towards the base of the tower. They were indistinct at first, mere silhouettes against the backdrop of the pulsing green light, but their sheer number was immediately alarming. Too numerous to be hikers, too silent to be animals. They moved with an unsettling, synchronized gait, a fluid, almost unnatural coordination that sent shivers down my spine. Each step they took seemed to swallow the light, creating deeper pockets of shadow around them. They weren't running, weren't rushing. They were advancing with an unnerving purpose, an inexorable march that spoke of patience and an unwavering objective. My breath hitched in my throat. My mind struggled to process what my eyes were seeing: human, animal, some grotesque hybrid. Their forms were elongated, slender, yet possessed a strange, heavy presence. They didn't seem to have discernible features, no faces, no limbs that moved independently in the way a human's would. They were just dark shapes, absorbing the light, moving as one. The green flashes, which had been emanating from the woods, now seemed to emanate from them. Or perhaps they were the source of the green light itself. It was as if the forest was giving birth to these silent, ominous entities. A primal terror seized me, a cold, crushing weight that settled in my chest. It wasn't the fear of falling from the tower, or of getting lost in the wilderness. It was the sensation of being watched, of being hunted, of being utterly and completely trapped. The observation deck, once a sanctuary, now felt like a glass cage, a display case for whatever was approaching. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, to make myself invisible. But there was nowhere to go. The only way out was down, and down was where they were going. The wind, which had been a constant roar, now seemed to carry a new sound. A faint, almost imperceptible hum that vibrated through the glass, through the very structure of the tower. It was a low, resonant thrum, like a distant, massive engine, but without the mechanical clatter. It was a sound that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my bones, a deep, unsettling vibration that made my teeth ache. This hum seemed to grow in intensity as the figures drew closer, a sonic manifestation of their approach. I pressed myself against the cold, grimy glass, my hands flat against the surface, trying to get a clearer view, desperate for some rational explanation, some way to dismiss what I was seeing as a trick of the light, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But they were undeniably real. Their synchronized movement was eerily precise, each figure mirroring the others, a silent, macabre ballet. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, covering ground with an unnerving efficiency. They were not stumbling, not hesitating, not searching. They knew exactly where they were going. They were coming for the tower. They were coming for me. My eyes darted around the small observation deck, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing. Just the cold metal, the grimy glass, and the relentless, terrifying view of the approaching figures. The air grew colder still, a bone. Chilling cold that seemed to seep into my very marrow, despite the fact that the temperature outside hadn't drastically dropped. It was an unnatural cold, a cold that felt like the absence of life, a vacuum of warmth and hope. Then, a cold, unseen hand seemed to press against the glass of the observation deck, directly in front of my face. There was no sound, no visible form, just the sudden, undeniable pressure. A sensation that was both intensely physical and utterly ethereal. It was as if something had materialized from the very air, its touch leaving a faint, frosty imprint on the grimy glass. The imprint was not a clear handprint, but a vague, swirling pattern of frost. Like breath on a cold window, but far too large, far too deliberate to be my own. It was a mark of something vast and powerful, something that had just reached out and touched the very barrier between us. A guttural scream tore from my throat, raw and involuntary, a sound born of pure, unadulterated terror. My legs gave out beneath me, and I stumbled backward, crashing into the metal railing behind me, the impact jarring my teeth. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm that threatened to burst from my chest. The tower was not just an observation point. It was a trap, and whatever was moving in the woods had not only found me, but had reached out to me, a silent, chilling declaration of its presence. The image of the dark figures, now closer, their synchronized movements more defined against the pulsing green light, burned into my mind. The frosty imprint on the glass, a chilling testament to the unseen presence, was seared into my vision. Panic, cold and absolute, flooded my senses, overriding all rational thought. There was no more curiosity, no more thrill-seeking. There was only the desperate, overwhelming need to escape. The tower's watch was over, and I was now the hunted. A guttural scream tore from my throat, raw and involuntary, a sound born of pure, unadulterated terror. My legs gave out beneath me, and I stumbled backward, crashing into the metal railing behind me, the impact jarring my teeth. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm that threatened to burst from my chest. The tower was not just an observation point. It was a trap, and whatever was moving in the woods had not only found me, but had reached out to me, a silent, chilling declaration of its presence, the image of the dark figures, now closer, their synchronized movements, more defined against the pulsing green light, burned into my mind. The frosty imprint on the glass, a chilling testament to the unseen presence, was seared into my vision. Panic, cold and absolute, flooded my senses, overriding all rational thought. There was no more curiosity, no more thrill-seeking. There was only the desperate, overwhelming need to escape. The tower's watch was over, and I was now the hunted. My movements were clumsy, fueled by a frantic, animalistic urge to flee. I scrambled away from the window, my hands fumbling for the door to the staircase. The cold, unseen hand seemed to linger in the air, a phantom pressure that made me recoil, sending a jolt of pure revulsion through my entire body. Every shadow in the small observation deck seemed to writhe, to coalesce into something menacing, stretching and twisting as if reaching for me. The hum, that low, resonant thrum, intensified, vibrating through my very bones, making my teeth ache and my vision blur at the edges. It was a sound that didn't just fill the air. It filled my head, a disorienting, oppressive drone that stole my ability to think clearly, replacing it with a singular, primal command: escape. I could feel the cold radiating from the glass, where the imprint lingered, a chilling mark of contact that confirmed the impossible. It wasn't my imagination. Something had truly touched the barrier between us. The air grew impossibly heavy, suffocating, as if the very oxygen was being drawn out of the small enclosure. I burst through the door, nearly falling down the first few steps of the winding, open-air staircase. The sudden rush of wind was a shock, but it was a familiar, physical force, a welcome contrast to the ethereal dread I had just experienced. Yet the wind, which had been a mournful howl just moments before, now felt like a physical assailant, pushing against me, trying to tear me from the structure. Each gust was a desperate claw, each creak of the rusted metal a warning, a lament for the fool who dared to disturb its slumber. I didn't care. My only thought was down, away from the glass cage, away from the things that were coming, away from the unseen eyes that I knew were still fixed upon me. The dizzying height, which had once been a source of exhilaration, was now a terrifying obstacle. Each step a precarious dance with gravity in the howling gale. My legs screamed in protest with every jarring step. I was no longer moving with practiced caution, but with reckless abandon, my feet pounding against the groaning trees, sending shivers of unstable metal up through the soles of my boots. My hands, raw from gripping the cold, rough railings, slid along the rusted surfaces, leaving streaks of grime and faint traces of blood from where my skin had scraped against sharp edges. The descent was a blur of motion and terror, a desperate race against an unseen clock. I risked a glance over my shoulder, a foolish, self-destructive impulse born of a desperate need to know. Through the grimy glass of the observation deck above, I could still see the faint, sickly green pulse, now seemingly brighter, more intense, as if mocking my futile escape. And below, through the gaps in the winding staircase, I could glimpse the indistinct, elongated forms of the figures, now even closer to the base of the tower. They were still moving slowly, deliberately, their proximity terrifying. They hadn't rushed, hadn't chased. They had simply continued their inexorable march, confident in their prey, their silent advance more terrifying than any frantic pursuit. It was the patience of predators, the certainty of the hunt. The descent felt endless, a dizzying spiral into the abyss of my fear. My lungs burned, each breath a searing agony. My muscles ached with a deep, protesting throb, but the adrenaline coursed through me, a bitter, potent fuel that kept me moving. The metallic tang of rust and burn ozone was overwhelming now, filling my nostrils, making me gag, making my eyes water. It felt like the very air was corrupted, poisoned by their presence, a noxious cloud that clung to me as I fled. I could hear the faint, synchronized thud, thud of their approach, a low, rhythmic sound that seemed to synchronize with the frantic beating of my own heart, a macabre duet of terror. It was the sound of inevitability, of something ancient and unstoppable, closing in. Each thud was a hammer blow against my sanity, driving me further into a state of primal panic. Finally, my feet hit the uneven ground at the base of the tower. I didn't stop, didn't even pause to catch my breath. The moment my boots touched solid earth, I burst out into the cold night air, the dense forest a dark, oppressive wall around me. The green flashes, now closer still, illuminated the tree line with an unholy glow, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist and writhe with malevolent life, mimicking the forms of the entities that generated them. I could almost make out the details of the figures in the flickering light. Their unnatural height, the way they seemed to absorb all light, leaving only deeper shadows in their wake. They were closer than I could have imagined, their silent forms now just beyond the reach of the towers. Immediate shadow, waiting. I plunged into the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, leaving stinging welts, thorns tearing at my clothes, snagging and ripping the fabric. I ran blindly, propelled by sheer terror, not caring about the path, not caring about direction, only about putting distance between myself and the tower, between myself and them. The sounds of the forest, once a comforting symphony of nature, were now a cacophony of rustles and snaps, each one sounding like a pursuing footstep, each creak of a branch like a whisper of my name. The wind howled, no longer mournful, but a mocking shriek that seemed to echo, the scream still trapped in my throat, a chilling reminder of my vulnerability. I could feel the cold, unnatural presence pressing in from behind, a palpable weight that urged me faster, even as my body screamed for me to stop. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of the dark figures, their unsettling, synchronized gait, and the chilling, frosty imprint on the glass were burned into my mind, seared into my very soul. They were a permanent fixture in my nightmares, a silent, terrifying reminder of the night the tower watched. I ran until my legs gave out, until my lungs burned with a fiery agony, until I collapsed, gasping, on the cold, damp earth miles from the tower, miles from any semblance of safety. I lay there, shivering, hyperventilating, the sounds of the forest still twisting into menacing whispers, the green flashes still pulsing behind my closed eyelids. Even now, weeks later, the memory is a living thing, a cold knot of dread that never truly dissipates. I no longer seek out abandoned places, no longer chase the thrill of forgotten stories. The tower taught me a lesson, a terrifying truth, that some places are best left undisturbed, that some watches are not meant to be broken. The green flashes still haunt my peripheral vision, appearing in the corner of my eye when I least expect them. A phantom glow that sends shivers down my spine. The hum still vibrates in the deepest parts of my mind, a low, oppressive drone that can suddenly manifest, stealing my breath and making my heart race, and the sensation of that cold, unseen hand still presses against my face in the darkest hours of the night, a ghostly touch that reminds me I was found, I was marked. The tower's watch was indeed over, but its hunt, I fear, has only just begun, and I am forever its prey. My name is Asher, and by profession I am an urban explorer. This designation, while perhaps sounding like a niche hobby to some, is, for me, a dedicated pursuit, a methodical engagement with the forgotten arteries of the modern world. My interest lies not merely in trespassing, but in documenting the silent narratives of decay, the profound beauty found in structures reclaimed by time and nature. I am drawn to places where human endeavor once thrived but has since receded, leaving behind skeletal remains that whisper tales of their past. My equipment is precise high, lumen flashlights, durable cameras, detailed mapping tools, and a steadfast commitment to leaving no trace, save for the digital records I meticulously compile. Each expedition is a study in entropy, a quiet observation of the inevitable return to dust. It was this professional curiosity, coupled with an undeniable, almost magnetic pull towards the uncanny, that led me to the abandoned water park. Nestled within the sprawling, otherwise vibrant suburban parklands, it was a stark, almost grotesque anomaly. A monument to summer joy. Now a surreal landscape of dry, cracked slides and empty, algae-filled pools. It stood as a forgotten testament to a bygone era. The park had been shut down abruptly, decades ago, following a tragic accident, a detail that, rather than deterring me, only intensified its allure. Local legends, whispered in hushed tones by the older residents, spoke of phantom screams that still echoed through its silent structures, particularly after dusk. These were the stories that fueled my expeditions, the promises of lingering energy that transcended mere architectural decay. The air that day was oppressive, a thick, still blanket that seemed to absorb all sound. It was heavy with a cacophony of scents. The metallic tang of rust, the sharp, almost acrid smell of sun-baked plastic, and the cloying sweetness of stagnant water. A sickly, sweet aroma that clung to the back of my throat. But beneath these expected odors, there was something else. Something subtly unsettling, a faint, almost imperceptible sweetness, like old, forgotten cotton candy, yet underscored by a distinct, sickly metallic note, reminiscent of dried blood. It was a scent that hinted at a deeper, more disturbing history than mere abandonment. I navigated the skeletal remains of the park with a practiced ease, my boots crunching softly on scattered debris and dried leaves. The rusting turnstiles, once bustling with eager children and their parents, now stood as grim, immobile sentinels, their paint flaking like diseased skin. Faded murals, depicting cartoonish dolphins and smiling suns, clung precariously to peeling walls, their vibrant colors muted to a ghostly pallor, a stark contrast to the vibrant memories they were meant to evoke. Each step deeper into the park felt like stepping further back in time, into a realm where the past was not merely remembered, but actively lingered. The towering water slides, once vibrant with the joyous shouts of riders, now stood like petrified serpents, their fiberglass bodies bleached and cracked by years of sun and neglect. Their convoluted paths, designed for exhilarating descents, now seemed to twist in silent agony, reaching towards a sky that offered no solace. I ran a gloved hand over the rough, sun-warped surface of one, feeling the ghost of countless hands that had gripped its edges in anticipation. The silence here was not merely the absence of sound. It was a profound, almost tangible presence, a heavy shroud that muffled even my own breathing. My path eventually led me to the main wave pool, a vast, empty concrete basin that dominated the center of the park. Its sheer size was imposing, a testament to the scale of entertainment it once provided. The concrete, once submerged beneath churning waves, was now a mosaic of cracks, some spider webbing across the surface, others deep fissures that hinted at structural fatigue. Patches of stubborn, dried algae clung to its lower edges, a green stain against the pale gray. I stood at its edge, gazing into the profound emptiness, a cavernous void that amplified the oppressive silence. It was in this moment, as I absorbed the desolate grandeur of the basin, that it began. A faint, rhythmic sound, almost imperceptible at first, began to emanate from the deep end of the pool. Splash, splash, splash. My breath hitched, a sudden, involuntary gasp catching in my throat. I blinked, then blinked again, trying to reconcile the sound with the sight before me. The pool was completely, unequivocally dry. The concrete stretched out, barren and parched. reflecting the harsh afternoon sun. Yet the sound persisted, clear and distinct, an impossible aquatic rhythm in a desert of concrete. It sounded, unmistakably, like someone was swimming. A cold prickle, distinct from the oppressive heat, began to crawl up my spine. My mind, trained to observe and rationalize, struggled to process the anomaly. I swept my flashlight beam across the cracked concrete, its powerful beam cutting through the gloom of the deep end, but saw nothing but my own shadow dancing amongst the permanent ones cast by the crumbling walls. No movement, no source, just the relentless, impossible splash. Splash, splash. The sound grew louder, closer, the rhythmic strokes becoming more pronounced, as if whatever was creating them was steadily approaching. And then, it was accompanied by something else, something far more chilling, faint, distorted screams. They were high-pitched, like children playing, but twisted, full of an unbearable terror that resonated deep within my bones. It wasn't the joyful shrieks of kids on a summer day. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated fear, echoed through a warped, ethereal filter. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the encroaching dread. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but my feet felt rooted to the spot, held captive by a morbid fascination, a perverse need to understand the impossible. Then, a visual anomaly, even more unsettling than the auditory one, manifested. A dark, indistinct ripple seemed to move across the dry concrete, directly beneath where the splashing sounds were now coming from. It wasn't a shadow, nor a trick of the light. It was a subtle, undulating disturbance, as if an invisible current was flowing through the empty pool, creating miniature waves on a surface that should have been utterly still. The ripple was formless, a distortion in the very fabric of the air, above the concrete, yet it was undeniably there, moving with a fluid grace that defied logic. It was as if the ghost of the water itself was returning, carrying something unseen within its spectral embrace. A moment later, as the ripple dissipated, a single small, red swim float slowly, impossibly, drifted across the dry concrete. It was a child's float, shaped like a simple ring, and it was impossibly clean and bright, its vibrant red color standing out starkly against the dull, cracked gray. There was no dust on it, no grime from decades of neglect. It looked as though it had just been dropped, pristine and new, into a pool that had been dry for years. It moved with a slow, deliberate grace, as if propelled by an unseen current, until it came to a gentle stop directly at my feet. I stared at it, my mind reeling. The tangible proof of the impossible. A physical object, appearing from nowhere, propelled by nothing in a dry, abandoned pool. As I stared, transfixed by the vibrant red ring, the phantom screams intensified. They were no longer distant or distorted. They surrounded me, pressing in from all sides. A cacophony of pure, unadulterated terror. The air grew cold, a sudden, biting chill that penetrated my thick jacket. It was as if the very walls of the wave pool were screaming, the echoes of the past converging on me, demanding to be heard, to be witnessed. A primal scream tore from my own throat, raw and involuntary. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, my heart hammering against my ribs with a force that threatened to shatter them. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The phantom splash was real, the distorted screams were real, and the echoes of the past were not merely memories. They were still playing out, still manifesting, still claiming victims in this abandoned water park. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I scrambled to my feet, not bothering to look back, my legs burning as I ran, bursting out of the park, the chilling, tormented screams echoing behind me. A haunting symphony of terror that would forever be etched into the darkest corners of my memory. I did not stop until the distant city lights offered a semblance of sanity, but the phantom splash and the screams it carried had already taken root. The escape from the abandoned water park was a blur of adrenaline and raw terror. My lungs burned, my legs ached. But the phantom screams, though fading with distance, continued to echo in my mind, a chilling symphony that propelled me forward. I didn't stop until the familiar hum of distant city traffic and the glow of streetlights offered a fragile tether to sanity. My usual meticulous post-exploration routine, reviewing footage, cataloging observations, noting anomalies, was impossible. My hands trembled. A cold sweat slicked my skin, and every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen horrors. The red swim float, impossibly clean and vibrant, was seared into my memory, a tangible proof of an intangible nightmare. It was no longer just a story, it was a visceral, terrifying reality. For days, the incident haunted me. Sleep offered no respite, only vivid, terrifying replays of the splashing, the screams, and the unsettling ripple across dry concrete. The sweet, metallic scent seemed to cling to my clothes, my hair, even my skin. A constant reminder of the park's dark secret. I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation for the phenomena. A faulty drainage system creating echoes, a unique wind pattern, a prankster. But the swim float, pristine and red, defied all logic. It was a physical object, a child's toy, that had appeared from a place where no physical object should have been. It was the anchor of my terror, the undeniable proof that something profoundly unnatural had occurred. My urban exploration colleagues, a small, tight-knit community, were usually my first confidantes for unusual finds. But how could I explain this? How could I articulate the bone, deep dread, the feeling of being surrounded by unseen entities, the impossible appearance of that float? They were rationalists, seekers of forgotten beauty and historical context, not believers in the supernatural. I knew they would dismiss it as exhaustion, overactive imagination, or perhaps even a deliberate fabrication for a thrilling tale. The thought of their skeptical glances, their well-meaning but ultimately dismissive advice, was more unbearable than the fear itself. So, I kept it to myself, a festering secret that isolated me further. The more I tried to push the memory away, the more it clawed at me. The park became an obsession. I found myself researching its history with a fervor I hadn't known I possessed. Old newspaper archives, faded microfiche, obscure local history forums, I devoured every scrap of information. The tragic accident was a single, terse line in most official records. Child drowned in main wave pool, park closed indefinitely. No names, no details, just a cold, clinical statement. But the local legends were far more vivid, far more disturbing. They spoke of a young girl, no older than 7, who had vanished during a crowded summer day, only for her body to be found days later, tangled in the filtration system of the wave pool. Some whispered of negligence, others of a malevolent spirit already lurking within the park. The common thread, however, was the phantom splash and the children's screams that were said to haunt the place ever since. The more I learned, the more a chilling theory began to form in my mind. What if the park wasn't merely abandoned, but imprinted? What if the intense emotions of that tragic day, the child's terror, the parents' grief, the collective shock of the onlookers, had somehow fused with the very fabric of the place, creating an echo, a loop of the event that manifested under certain conditions. The idea was both terrifying and strangely compelling. It offered a framework, however unsettling, for the impossible. Despite the lingering fear, an undeniable pull began to draw me back to the park. It wasn't courage. It was something akin to a morbid curiosity, a desperate need for answers that only the park itself could provide. I told myself it was for documentation, for the sake of scientific inquiry into unexplained phenomena. But deep down, I knew it was more primal, a need to confront the source of my terror, to understand what had happened, and perhaps to find a way to make it stop. Weeks later, under the cloak of a moonless night, I returned. This time, I was better prepared, not just with equipment, but mentally. I had meticulously planned my route, identified potential escape paths, and armed myself with a new, more powerful flashlight, a tripod for stable long exposure shots, and a high-sensitivity audio recorder. My heart still pounded, a drum against my ribs, but it was a controlled, purposeful beat, not the frantic rhythm of pure panic. The park felt different at night. The oppressive heat of the day was replaced by a biting chill, and the familiar structures took on monstrous, distorted forms in the dim light. The rusting turnstiles seemed to leer. The petrified slides writhed against the inky sky. The air was colder, the metallic sweetness more pronounced, almost cloying. Every creak of rust, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt through my nerves. I made my way directly to the main wave pool, the epicenter of my previous encounter. The vast concrete basin stretched out before me, a gaping maw in the darkness. I set up my tripod at the edge, positioning my camera to capture the entire deep end. The audio recorder was placed strategically to pick up even the faintest sound. I switched on my flashlight, sweeping its beam across the cracked concrete, the algae-stained walls, the empty drains. Nothing. Just the profound, unsettling silence. I waited. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The silence was so absolute it felt deafening, pressing in on my eardrums. I could hear the frantic beat of my own heart, the shallow intake of my breath. My eyes strained, searching for any anomaly, any ripple, any sign of the impossible. Doubt began to creep in. Had it all been a trick of the light, a figment of an overstressed mind? Was I simply succumbing to the power of local legends? Then it began. Faintly at first, a barely audible splash. Splash from the deep end. My breath hitched, just as it had before. The sound was unmistakable, the rhythmic strokes of someone swimming. My hands tightened on my flashlight, my knuckles white. This time I was ready. I swung the beam towards the source, my finger hovering over the camera's shutter button. The splashing grew louder, closer, just as it had before. And then the screams. High-pitched, distorted, full of terror. They seemed to swirl around me, a vortex of agony and despair. My skin crawled, and a wave of nausea washed over me. But I held my ground, forcing myself to breathe, to focus. And then the ripple. A dark, indistinct undulation across the dry concrete, moving with that same impossible fluidity. It was clearer this time, more defined, almost like a shadow of a current. It moved slowly, deliberately, towards me. My finger pressed the shutter button, capturing the eerie phenomenon. The camera's flash illuminated the scene for a split second, revealing nothing but the ripple, a distortion in the very air. As the ripple dissipated, the red swim float appeared again. This time, it didn't drift. It materialized, as if solidifying from the very air, landing with a soft, almost imperceptible thud on the concrete. It was just as clean, just as vibrant, just as impossibly red as before. It lay there, a stark, terrifying beacon in the darkness, directly in the center of my camera's frame. The screams intensified, reaching a fever pitch, a cacophony of pure, unadulterated terror that seemed to tear at the very fabric of my sanity. They were no longer just echoes. They were a living, breathing presence, surrounding me, pressing in, demanding my attention, demanding my fear. I could feel a cold, unseen pressure against my chest, as if invisible hands were pushing me back, trying to drag me into the empty void of the pool. My professional resolve crumbled. This was beyond urban exploration, beyond rational explanation. This was something ancient, something malevolent, something that fed on fear and lingered in the echoes of tragedy. I dropped my camera, the expensive equipment clattering uselessly on the concrete. My hands flew to my ears, trying to block out the unbearable screams, but they resonated deep within my skull, a tormenting symphony. "Leave me alone," I screamed, my voice raw, hoarse with terror. "What do you want?" The screams intensified further, a mocking, triumphant crescendo, and then a new sound emerged, a low, guttural gurgle, as if someone was choking, drowning. It was the sound of the accident, replayed, amplified, directed specifically at me. The air grew impossibly cold, and a sickly sweet, metallic scent filled my nostrils, so potent it made my eyes water. I stumbled backward, away from the float, away from the deep end, away from the source of the impossible sounds. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee, to never look back. The phantom splash was not just a memory, it was a living, breathing entity, trapped in a loop of its own horrific demise, and I, Asher, had become an unwilling audience, a participant in its eternal torment. The red float seemed to pulse with an inner light, drawing my gaze, pulling me back into the nightmare. This time, I knew I couldn't just run. I had to understand. I had to stop it. My retreat from the wave pool was not a panicked flight, but a strategic withdrawal. The screams, the gurgling, the sickeningly sweet scent, they were overwhelming, but beneath the terror, a sliver of clarity had emerged. This was not a random haunting. It was a replay, a loop, and the red swim float was its anchor. I needed to understand why it was happening, and more importantly, how to break the cycle. The thought of simply abandoning the park, leaving the tormented echoes to play out their eternal nightmare, was now unbearable. My urban explorer's curiosity had morphed into something deeper, a desperate, almost moral imperative. I stumbled back to the relative safety of the park's entrance, my mind racing. The camera, abandoned by the wave pool, was a secondary concern. The primary goal was to process, to analyze, to formulate a plan. I found a secluded spot outside the perimeter, a patch of overgrown weeds, hidden by a crumbling brick wall, and tried to gather my thoughts. The cold night air did little to calm the internal storm. The key, I realized, lay in the details I had meticulously collected. The tragic accident, a child drowned, body found in the filtration system. The local legends, a young girl, 7 years old, vanished, then found. The imprinted theory, intense emotions fusing with the environment. And the float, a child's float, pristine and red. It all pointed to a single, horrific event, replaying itself. But why now? Why for me? A chilling thought struck me. Perhaps the entity, or the imprint, wasn't just replaying the event, perhaps it was seeking something. Recognition, release, or perhaps, more terrifyingly, a new participant. The cold pressure against my chest, the feeling of being pulled towards the empty pool. It was a lure, a desperate attempt to recreate the conditions of its demise. I spent the next few days in a blur of research and introspection. I revisited every news article, every forum post, every whispered rumor about the park. I cross-referenced dates, weather patterns, anything that might shed light on the day of the accident. The name of the child was never released publicly, a detail that now felt deliberately obscured, a part of the park's enforced silence. But I found a grainy photograph in an old community newsletter, a picture from a summer fair held at the park years before its closure. In the background, blurry but discernible, was a small, red swim float, identical to the one that had materialized at my feet. It was a common design, but seeing it in that context, knowing its later significance, sent another shiver down my spine. My plan began to form, a desperate, unconventional approach. If the haunting was a loop, a reenactment, then perhaps disrupting that loop, acknowledging the tragedy, or even communicating with the lingering presence, could break it. It was a fool's errand. I knew, but the alternative, leaving the park to its eternal torment, and myself to its haunting memories, was worse. I decided I needed to return to the park one last time, not as an urban explorer documenting decay, but as an empath, a witness. I would go back to the wave pool, to the exact spot where the float appeared, and I would try to connect. It was reckless, I knew, but a strange sense of obligation had taken root. Under the faint glow of a rising crescent moon, I entered the park again. This time, I carried no camera, no audio recorder, only my most powerful flashlight and a small, carefully chosen item, a single, vibrant red rose. It felt absurd, a futile gesture against an unseen horror, but it was all I could think of. The air was still heavy, the metallic sweetness more pronounced than ever, almost suffocating. The silence was pregnant with anticipation, a palpable tension that hummed in the air. I walked directly to the wave pool, my steps deliberate, my heart pounding a steady, rhythmic beat. The vast concrete basin stretched out, a gaping maw under the moonlight. I approached the deep end, the spot where the phantom splash originated, where the float had appeared. I stood at the edge, my gaze fixed on the cracked concrete. The faint splash, 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 began almost immediately, softer than before, almost hesitant. It was as if the entity sensed my presence, my intent. My breath hitched. But I forced myself to remain calm, to breathe deeply. The screams followed, high, pitched and distorted, but also softer, less aggressive, more like a mournful wail. They were still terrifying, but they lacked the mocking triumph of my previous visit. Then, the ripple. It moved across the dry concrete, a dark, indistinct undulation, just as before. It was slower, more deliberate, almost hesitant. It reached the spot where the float had materialized, and for a moment, it seemed to hover, a shimmering distortion in the air. I took a deep breath. "I know what happened here," I said, my voice trembling but clear, echoing in the vast emptiness of the pool. "I know about the little girl. I know about the accident." The splashing stopped. The screams ceased. The ripple vanished. An absolute, profound silence descended upon the wave pool, a silence far more unsettling than any sound. It was a silence that felt heavy with expectation, with a fragile hope. I knelt down, placing the red rose gently on the cracked concrete where the float had appeared. Its vibrant petals seemed to glow in the dim light, a stark contrast to the desolation around it. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. "I'm so sorry this happened to you. You deserve peace." For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, taut and unbearable. I wondered if I had failed, if my attempt had been futile. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a new scent. Not the sickly sweet metallic odor, but a faint, fleeting aroma of chlorine and sunshine, a ghost of summer days, of innocent joy. It was gone as quickly as it came, a whisper of a memory. And then, the red swim float. It didn't materialize this time. It simply wasn't there. The spot where it had lain, a beacon of terror, was now empty. It was as if it had simply ceased to exist, dissolved into the ether. I stood up slowly, my legs feeling strangely light. The oppressive weight in the air had lifted. The biting chill had receded, replaced by neutral, almost comfortable temperature. The silence was no longer heavy with dread, but with a profound sense of stillness, of quietude. I stayed for a long time, watching the empty pool under the moonlight. No more splashing. No more screams. No more ripples. The park was still abandoned, still decaying, but the malevolent energy, the loop of torment, seemed to have dissipated. It was as if, by acknowledging the tragedy, by offering a moment of genuine empathy and sorrow, I had somehow provided the release the lingering presence had been seeking. I left the red rose there, a small, vibrant testament to a life tragically lost, a silent promise that the little girl's story would not be forgotten, but would be remembered with compassion, not just fear. As I walked out of the park for the last time, the air felt lighter, the shadows less menacing. The metallic sweetness was gone, replaced by the earthy scent of damp soil and night, blooming jasmine. My urban exploration days continued, but they were forever changed. I still sought out the forgotten places, the decaying structures, but now with a deeper understanding of the unseen narratives they held. The incident at the abandoned water park, the phantom splash, became a story I rarely shared, a secret I carried, a reminder that some places hold more than just memories. They hold echoes of the soul, waiting for someone to listen, to understand, and perhaps to offer a final, long overdue farewell. The red rose, wilting on the concrete, was the only proof I needed that sometimes the most terrifying encounters are also the most profound. My name is Willow, and for as long as I can remember, the wild has been my truest sanctuary. Not the manicured parks or the well-trodden trails, but the deep, untamed wilderness, the kind that swallows cell signals and hums with an ancient, indifferent power. I am a dedicated nature enthusiast, driven by an insatiable craving for ultimate solitude and the raw, unblemished beauty of the untouched wild. My pursuits often lead me far beyond the boundaries of civilization, into landscapes where the only sounds are the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the beat of my own heart. It is in these remote, forgotten corners of the world that I feel most alive, most connected to something larger than myself. My equipment is meticulously chosen for endurance and self-sufficiency. My navigation skills honed through years of challenging expeditions. I seek not to conquer nature, but to immerse myself within it, to witness its grandeur and its subtle, often terrifying truths. This particular journey, however, was different. It was less about exploration and more about a morbid curiosity, drawn by whispers of a place where the wild had reclaimed not just the land, but perhaps something far more unsettling. The remote fire lookout tower stood as a solitary sentinel, a skeletal finger pointing towards a perpetually gray sky. It was perched atop a desolate peak, a jagged crown of rock thrusting itself from the dense, dark canopy of pines that stretched, unbroken, to the horizon. This was deep within a vast, untouched wilderness area, a place so remote it barely registered on modern maps. A forgotten corner of the world where the echoes of human presence were faint and fading. The tower itself was a relic, a testament to a bygone era of vigilance, a wooden skeleton weathered by countless seasons of relentless wind and biting cold. Its history was steeped in local legend, whispered around campfires in hushed tones. It had been abandoned decades ago, after its last ranger, a man named Elias Thorne, simply vanished without a trace. No body, no note, just an empty tower and a chilling silence. And the stories, the ones that truly snagged at the edges of the mind, whispered of a light that still flickered in its lonely vigil, a beacon in the darkness that defied explanation. I had heard those stories, of course. They were part of the allure, the macabre magnet that had pulled me deeper and deeper into this forgotten expanse. My nature enthusiasm, usually a quest for serene beauty, had taken a darker turn, evolving into a fascination with the eerie intersection of abandoned human structures and the encroaching wild. This was urban exploration, but stripped bare of concrete and graffiti, replaced by the silent, creeping reclamation of nature. The tower, with its grim history, was the ultimate prize. The ascent had been arduous, a relentless climb through a maze of ancient, gnarled trees and treacherous, scree slopes. Each step had been a battle against the unforgiving terrain, but the promise of the tower, looming larger with every switchback, had spurred me on. Now, standing at its base, the wind howled around me, a constant, mournful lament that seemed to carry whispers, not of human voices, but of something far older, far more elemental. It was a sound that seeped into the bones, a cold, desolate wail that spoke of endless emptiness. The air was thin, crisp with the bite of altitude, and carried the undeniable scent of pine needles, damp earth, and something else, something faint, metallic, like old, corroded radio equipment. But beneath that, a subtler, more disturbing aroma lingered, something electrical and burnt, a faint, acrid tang that prickled at the back of my throat. It was the scent of forgotten disaster, of a power surge that had left more than just scorched wires. I took a deep breath, the cold air burning my lungs, and began my climb. The wooden stairs, bleached silver by years of sun and rain, groaned under my weight with each deliberate step. They were rickety, each plank protesting, threatening to give way. The entire tower swayed slightly in the relentless wind, a slow, deliberate creak that resonated through the structure, making the metal supports sing a discordant tune. I gripped the railing tightly, my knuckles white, my eyes fixed on the small, glass-enclosed cabin at the very top, the cupola, as they called it, the Ranger's Sanctuary, now a ghost's domain. Reaching the observation deck, I pushed open the heavy, weather-beaten door. The silence inside was profound, a stark contrast to the roaring tempest outside. Here, the wind's fury was muted, transformed into a low, resonant hum against the thick glass panes. It was a silence that pressed in, heavy and expectant, broken only by the relentless, almost rhythmic roar of the wind against the tower's exposed frame. The air inside was even colder, a stagnant chill that seemed to cling to very fabric of the cabin. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the grimy glass, caught in a slow, ethereal ballad. The circular observation deck, offered a panoramic view of the endless wilderness, a sea of dark green stretching to a hazy horizon. I set down my pack, the thud echoing unnaturally in the confined space, and pulled out my binoculars. My gaze swept across the vast expanse of trees, the setting sun painting the distant peaks in hues of bruised purple and fiery orange. Then I saw it. A faint, rhythmic flash began from the distant woods below. It was too regular to be lightning, too bright and consistent to be the glint of stars or distant reflections. It wasn't natural. My breath hitched. The light was a sickly, unnatural green, pulsing with an unsettling, almost biological rhythm, like a monstrous heartbeat. It emanated from deep within the dense, dark canopy, a place where no human should be, especially not with such an eerie illumination. I swept my binoculars towards the flashes, my hands trembling slightly, but saw nothing distinct, only the impenetrable density of the dark canopy. The trees seemed to absorb the light, revealing no source, no form, just the unsettling, rhythmic glow. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. Logic fought with instinct. Hikers, no, too bright, too regular, and the wrong color. Animals, absurd. This was something else. The flashes intensified, growing brighter, more insistent, and then a series of tall, dark figures began to emerge from the tree line, moving slowly, deliberately, directly towards the base of the tower. My blood ran cold. They were too numerous to be hikers, far too many for any normal group venturing into this desolate wilderness. And they were too silent to be animals, their movements devoid of the rustle of leaves or the snap of twigs. They moved with an unsettling, synchronized gait, a unified, almost choreographed advance that was deeply unnatural. They were not running, not stumbling, they were gliding, a dark tide flowing inexorably towards me. A primal terror seized me, cold and absolute. The sensation of being watched, of being the sole focus of these approaching shadows, was overwhelming. My skin crawled. I felt utterly exposed, utterly vulnerable, trapped in this glass cage high above the world. The tower was not just an observation point, it was a beacon, a lure, and now, a trap. Whatever was moving in the woods had not just found me, it had been waiting for me. Then, a cold, unseen hand seemed to press against the glass of the observation deck, directly in front of my face. There was no sound, no visible form. Just the sudden, shocking contact, a chilling pressure that radiated through the glass and into my very soul. It left a faint, frosty imprint, a ghostly condensation on the inside of the pane, like breath on a winter window, but far too large, far too distinct to be my own. The frost bloomed, momentarily obscuring my view of the approaching figures, a silent, terrifying declaration of presence. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound torn from my throat, stumbling backward, tripping over my own feet. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate bird trapped in a cage. The image of that frosty handprint, appearing from nothing, burned itself into my mind, a chilling confirmation of the impossible. The tower, my sanctuary, had become my prison. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my veins. I scrambled towards the door, my legs screaming in protest, muscles burning from the climb, but driven by a terror far greater than any physical pain. I burst out into the cold night air, the wind now a mocking shriek in my ears. The green flashes pulsed below, a malevolent disco in the dark woods, and the image of the tall, dark figures, still advancing, was burned into my mind's eye. The tower's watch was over, and I, Willow, the seeker of solitude, was now the hunted. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my veins. My legs, which had carried me tirelessly through countless wildernesses, now screamed in protest, muscles burning from the rapid descent. But the physical pain was a distant hum compared to the terror that drove me. I scrambled towards the door of the cupola, my hands fumbling with the latch, my mind a chaotic swirl of green flashes and the silent, synchronized advance of those dark, impossible figures. I burst out into the cold night air, the wind now a mocking shriek in my ears, no longer a mournful lament, but a triumphant howl. The world outside the glass cage was no longer a sanctuary. It was a vast, dark arena where I was the prey. My feet hit the rickety wooden stairs, each step a jarring impact that threatened to shatter my bones. I didn't care. Gravity was my only ally, pulling me down, away from the glass eye of the tower, away from the chilling imprint of that unseen hand. The groaning of the wood, the swaying of the structure, the relentless roar of the wind, all merged into a cacophony of fear. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of the frosty handprint, appearing from nothing, burned itself into my mind, a chilling confirmation of the impossible. The tower, my supposed sanctuary, had become my prison, and now my launching pad into a nightmare. I stumbled, nearly pitching headfirst over the railing, but a surge of adrenaline straightened me, my hands clamping onto the splintering wood. Down, down, down. Each step was a desperate prayer, a frantic plea for solid ground. The green flashes pulsed below, a malevolent disco in the dark woods. Closer now, brighter. I could feel their presence, a cold pressure in the air, a tightening band around my chest. The figures, I knew, were still advancing a silent, inexorable tide. Finally, my boots hit the damp earth at the base of the tower. I didn't stop. My legs, though screaming with fatigue, propelled me forward, blindly crashing through the undergrowth. Pine branches lashed at my face, leaving stinging welts. Twigs snapped underfoot like breaking bones. The scent of pine and damp earth was now mixed with the metallic tang of fear, the acrid taste of adrenaline in my mouth. I ran, not knowing where, just away. Away from the tower, away from the green light, away from them. The woods were a labyrinth of shadows, ancient trees reaching skeletal fingers towards a sky choked with unseen menace. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the intermittent, sickly green pulses that now seemed to emanate from all around me. Not just from a single direction. They were closer, too close. I could hear nothing but my own ragged breathing and the frantic pounding of my heart, a frantic drum against my ribs. But the silence of my pursuers was more terrifying than any sound. There was no rustle of leaves, no snap of twigs, no heavy footsteps. They moved like wraiths, like shadows given malevolent form. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Through the shifting curtain of trees, I saw them. Not distinct forms, but tall, dark blurs, impossibly fluid, gliding through the dense forest as if the undergrowth offered no resistance. They moved with that unsettling, synchronized gait, a unified, almost choreographed advance that defied all natural laws. There were more of them than before. Or perhaps the darkness was playing tricks on my eyes, making their numbers swell into an uncountable legion. The green light pulsed from their very essence, a faint, internal glow that cast their forms in an eerie, phosphorescent aura. They were not just illuminated by the light, they were the light. My breath hitched, a sob catching in my throat. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't a trick of the mind. This was real, and it was hunting me. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, my legs threatening to give out. I stumbled over a gnarled root, pitching forward, my hands scraping against rough bark. Pain flared, but I barely registered it. I scrambled back to my feet, my eyes darting frankly through the oppressive darkness. Where could I go? The wilderness, my sanctuary, had betrayed me. Every tree seemed to loom, every shadow to conceal a lurking threat. I remembered the old ranger's cabin, a dilapidated structure marked on my map, a few miles deeper into the wilderness, supposedly even more abandoned than the tower. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was the only direction that offered any semblance of shelter. I veered off my haphazard path, forcing myself to remember the faint trail markers I'd seen earlier, the subtle shifts in terrain that indicated the way. The chase continued, a silent, relentless ballad of terror. I could feel their presence, a psychic weight pressing down on me, a chilling awareness of their proximity. The green flashes were a constant, disorienting strobe, illuminating glimpses of the forest floor, then plunging it back into inky blackness. Each flash seemed to bring them closer, to reveal their forms more distinctly, though never fully. They were tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long, too jointed. Their heads were indistinct, featureless blurs against the pulsing green. They were not human. Not anymore. My mind raced, trying to grasp at any logical explanation, any shred of scientific reason for what I was witnessing. Bioluminescence. Some rare, undiscovered species. But the synchronized movement, the sheer malevolence I felt radiating from them, the frosty handprint, it defied all logic. This was something beyond my understanding. Something that ripped apart the fabric of reality I had always known. I crashed through a thicket of thorny bushes, the sharp spines tearing at my jacket, drawing thin lines of blood on my arms. The pain was a grounding force, a reminder that I was still flesh and blood, still alive, still fighting. I could hear the faint, almost imperceptible hum now, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my feet. It was the sound that accompanied the green light, a low frequency drone that burrowed into my skull, making my teeth ache. The ranger's cabin, when I finally stumbled upon it, was little more than a ruin. Its roof had partially collapsed, a gaping maw open to the elements. The windows were shattered, jagged teeth framing empty blackness. It offered no real protection, but it was a structure, a place that had once been inhabited by human hands, and in my desperate state, that was enough. I scrambled inside, collapsing against the crumbling wall, gasping for breath. The air inside was thick with the scent of decay, damp wood, and something else, something stagnant and metallic, like old blood. The green flashes outside intensified, bathing the interior of the cabin in an eerie, shifting glow. I could see their forms now, silhouetted against the pulsing light surrounding the cabin, a silent, watchful circle. They weren't trying to break in, not yet. They were just waiting, observing. My eyes darted around the dilapidated cabin. Dust motes danced in the green light, illuminated like microscopic galaxies. A rusted stove sat in one corner, its pipe long since fallen away. A crude wooden table, overturned, lay in the center of the room. And then I saw it. Tucked beneath the table, partially obscured by debris, was a worn leather journal. My hands trembled as I reached for it, pulling it free. The leather was cracked and dry, the pages brittle with age. This had to be Elias Thorne's journal. My heart hammered with a desperate hope. Perhaps it held answers, an explanation for the light, for the figures, for his disappearance. I flipped it open, the pages crumbling slightly at my touch. The handwriting was faded, but legible, a frantic scrawl that spoke of a mind unraveling. The entries were dated, spanning months, then weeks, then days. They started as mundane observations of wildlife and weather, then slowly, subtly shifted. Mentions of strange lights, unnatural sounds, and the feeling of being watched. My eyes scanned the entries, my breath catching in my throat with each terrifying revelation. Elias had seen them too. He had documented their slow, creeping emergence from the deep woods. He called them the Watchers. He wrote of their ability to move without sound, to appear and disappear as if phasing through reality. He described the green light, how it seemed to drain the life from the forest, leaving patches of dead, phosphorescent vegetation. And then, the last entry, dated just days before his disappearance. His handwriting was almost illegible, a desperate, frantic scribble. They are here. They know I see them. The light, it's not just light. It's a frequency. It changes things. Changes me. I hear their whispers now, in the wind, in the hum. They want the tower. They want the tower's eye. They want to see through it. They want to broadcast. I tried to stop it. I tried to turn it off. But it's not a switch. It's alive. It's growing. They are growing. I can feel them inside the walls. Inside me. The cold, the frost, they are here. They are coming for the eye. They are coming for the light. They are coming for me. The journal slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. The green light outside pulsed violently, reflecting in the shattered windows like malevolent eyes. The hum intensified, vibrating through the very ground, through the crumbling walls of the cabin, through my own bones. It wasn't just a hum, it was a chorus, a low, resonant chant that seemed to whisper Elias's last words, echoing them in my mind. They are coming for the eye. They are coming for the light. They are coming for me. The tower. The light. It wasn't just a light. It was a frequency, a broadcast. And they wanted to use the tower, its vantage point, its power, for something unspeakable. And now, I was here. I had become the new ranger, the new Elias Thorne, the new target. A cold, unseen pressure began to build against the cabin walls, a silent, crushing force. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and decay. The green light outside flared, blindingly bright, and through the shattered windows, I saw the figures begin to move, no longer waiting, no longer observing. They were pressing in, their forms becoming sharper, more defined against the blinding green. Their long, thin limbs reached out, not quite touching, but drawing closer, closer. The hum was deafening now, a scream of pure alien energy. I was trapped. Again. The journal slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the decaying floorboards, its last frantic words echoing in my mind. They are coming for the eye. They are coming for the light. They are coming for me. The green light outside pulsed violently, reflecting in the shattered windows, like 1,000 malevolent eyes, each shard a portal to my impending doom. The hum, that low, resonant thrum, intensified, vibrating through the very ground, through the crumbling walls of the cabin, through my own bones until my teeth ached, and my skull felt as though it would split apart. It wasn't just a hum. It was a chorus, a low, resonant chant that seemed to whisper Elias's last words, amplifying them, twisting them into a terrifying prophecy. I was trapped, again. This dilapidated cabin, a flimsy shield against an unimaginable horror, offered no real refuge. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ozone and decay, a suffocating blend that made my lungs burn. The green light outside flared, blindingly bright, and through the shattered windows, I saw the figures begin to move, no longer waiting, no longer observing. They were pressing in, their forms becoming sharper, more defined against the blinding green. Their long, thin limbs reached out, not quite touching the cabin, but drawing closer, closer, like skeletal branches reaching for a final embrace. The hum was deafening, now, a scream of pure, alien energy that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. I scrambled back into the darkest corner of the cabin, pulling an overturned, splintered table over myself, a pathetic attempt at concealment. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat in the suffocating silence of my terror. Every nerve ending screamed. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, as if I could somehow block out the horrifying reality unfolding around me. But the green light seeped through my eyelids, painting the inside of my mind with its sickly hue, and the hum resonated deep within my skull, a sound that bypassed my ears and went straight to my soul. Through the gaps in the rotting wood of the table, I could see them. They were no longer blurs. Their forms were distinct, terrifyingly so. Tall and possibly gaunt, their bodies seemed to be composed of shadows and fractured light, constantly shifting, undulating. Their limbs were disproportionately long, ending in what looked like elongated, skeletal fingers that twitched with an unnatural eagerness. Their heads were smooth, featureless, devoid of eyes, nose, or mouth, yet I felt their gaze, a cold, penetrating awareness that pierced through my makeshift hiding spot. The green light pulsed from within them, illuminating their grotesque forms from the inside out, making them glow like monstrous fireflies. One of them, taller than the rest, glided to the shattered doorway. It paused, its featureless head tilting slightly, as if listening to the internal screams of my terror. Then, slowly, deliberately, it extended one of its impossibly long arms. The air around its hand shimmered, distorting the light, and a faint, frosty mist began to condense on the crumbling door frame, just as it had on the tower glass. It wasn't just cold, it was a cold that seemed to drain the warmth from the very air, leaving behind an icy void. The hum outside escalated, morphing into a complex, layered sound. It wasn't just a single frequency anymore. It was a symphony of alien whispers, a cacophony of clicks and static and low, guttural moans that seemed to weave together, forming a language that was both utterly foreign and terrifyingly familiar. It was the broadcast Elias had written about, the frequency that changed things, and it was aimed directly at me. My mind reeled. The words from Elias's journal echoed with chilling clarity. It's not just light. It's a frequency. It changes things. Changes me. Was this what had happened to Elias? Had he been overwhelmed by this broadcast? His mind fractured, his body transformed. The thought was a fresh wave of terror. I didn't want to be changed. I didn't want to become one of them. The figures outside began to press closer to the cabin, their forms almost touching the decaying walls. The hum vibrated through the very structure, making the wooden planks tremble. Dust rained down from the collapsing roof. I could feel the cold radiating from them, a bone, deep chill that seeped through my clothes, through my skin, into my very marrow. My teeth chattered uncontrollably. Then, the tallest figure at the doorway began to move its arm, not reaching for me but gesturing towards the distant tower. And as it did, the green light emanating from the tower itself, miles away, suddenly intensified. It flared, a blinding emerald beacon piercing the night, pulsing with an incredible, terrifying power. The hum from the tower grew, joining the chorus outside the cabin, creating a resonant frequency that vibrated through the entire valley. This was it, the broadcast. They were using the tower, its vantage point, its power, to amplify something. But what? What were they broadcasting? And to whom? As the tower's light reached its peak intensity, a strange phenomenon occurred. The air inside the cabin began to shimmer, not just from the light, but as if the very atoms were vibrating. My vision blurred, the outlines of the cabin walls wavering. A strange pressure built behind my eyes, and a piercing, high-pitched whine began to cut through the hum, a sound that felt like a drill boring into my brain. Then the whispers began. Not the physical hum, but voices, clear as day, yet utterly alien, speaking directly into my mind. They were not in any language I knew, yet I understood them. They spoke of vast distances, of ancient hunger, of a need to see, to observe, to consume. They spoke of the tower as an eye, a conduit, a way to extend their reach across dimensions, to pull more of their kind through. They spoke of Elias Thorne, not as a victim, but as a failed experiment, a mind that had shattered before it could fully integrate with their frequency. And then they spoke of me. She sees. She understands. She is a better conduit. Her mind is open, it amplifies the signal. My blood ran cold. My fear, my primal terror, was not a shield. It was an amplifier. I was helping them. Every shudder, every gasp, every frantic beat of my heart was strengthening their broadcast, making the tower's eye shine brighter, drawing more of them closer. I clawed at my head, trying to shut out the voices, the images they were implanting in my mind. Vast, swirling nebulae of green light, countless shadowy forms drifting through an endless void, all converging on this tiny peak, this lonely tower. I was a receiver, and they were tuning me in. With a desperate, primal scream that tore my throat, I lunged out from under the table. My eyes, still blurred, fixed on the shattered window. I had to break the connection. I had to stop being an amplifier. My hand closed around a jagged piece of glass from the broken window pane. It sliced into my palm, but I felt no pain, only a burning resolve. I looked at the closest figure outside, its featureless head tilted, its long arm reaching towards the cabin, its green light pulsing. Join us, Willow. Become the eye. See what we see. The voices in my head were seductive, terrifying. No. With all the strength I had left, I brought the jagged glass down. Not on myself, but on the small, rusted radio receiver that sat on a dusty shelf in the corner of the cabin, a forgotten relic of Elias Thorne's last days. It was old, broken, but perhaps it was still connected, still acting as a conduit for some residual energy, some part of the frequency that had driven Elias mad. It was a desperate, illogical act, but in my terror, it was the only thing I think of to sever the connection, to stop being their antenna. The glass shattered against the receiver with a sharp crack, sending sparks flying. The hum inside the cabin wavered, stuttered, and then, with a final, agonizing shriek, died down to a low, barely perceptible thrum. The voices in my head vanished, replaced by the ringing silence of my own ears. Outside, the green light from the tower, still visible through the shattered windows, dimmed slightly, its blinding intensity fading to a dull, sickly glow. The figures surrounding the cabin seemed to hesitate, their fluid movements momentarily arrested. The cold pressure against the walls eased. I collapsed to the floor, panting. the jagged glass still clutched in my bleeding hand. The silence after the cacophony was deafening. Had it worked? Had I severed the connection? Slowly, cautiously, I looked out the shattered window. The green light from the tower was still there, a faint, distant pulse. And the figures, they were still there too, standing motionless in the dark woods, their forms less distinct now, almost blending back into the shadows. They were no longer pressing in. They were simply watching, observing. They hadn't left. They were still there, waiting. But the immediate, overwhelming threat had receded. The broadcast, for now, had been disrupted. I knew then that my vigil was truly over. The tower was not just abandoned, it was occupied. And the wilderness, my sanctuary, held a secret far more terrifying than I've ever imagined. I was no longer the nature enthusiast seeking solitude. I was a survivor, marked by an encounter with the impossible. I would leave this place. I would hike out, no matter how long it took, no matter how much my body protested. But I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never truly be free. The image of the frosty handprint, the green light, the silent, gliding figures, and the alien whispers that had invaded my mind, they would forever be burned into my memory. The lonely vigil of the fire lookout tower continued its silent, watchful eye still pulsing with that faint, sickly green light. And somewhere, deep within the vast, untouched wilderness, the watchers still waited, their broadcast temporarily silenced. But their hunger, their ancient, insatiable need to see and to consume, still very much alive. I had escaped the trap, but I was now part of the story, an unwilling witness to the creeping urban exploration of the truly unknown. The tower's watch was over, and I was now the hunted, carrying the echo of their presence within me, a constant, chilling reminder that some places are best left alone.